So, I love paranormal stuff, but I'm a huge skeptic. I think it's fun to pretend ghosts and demons exist, but no random story on the internet was ever going to convince me that they were real. I may have to see it kind of guy, and now I've seen it, so I'm contributing my own unbelievable experience to the internet's collection. Most of my friends have always been superstitious, so I decided to go all out for my birthday party. Every year they come over for a night of drinking and general shenanigans, and they thought that this one would be the same, yet what they actually got was a full-blown seance. I got a Ouija board, a crystal ball, tarot cards, crystals, candles, the works. But I was especially proud of myself for the rigged noises. I connected 2 old phones to a couple of small, well-hidden speakers in the living room, and I downloaded an app for special alarms. Then all I had to do was put the phones in a junk drawer and wait. At 4 specific times, various sound effects would play, like knocking or footsteps. It could have all easily failed, but I honestly thought I had a decent chance at pulling it off. Plus, the price for getting caught was only enduring a bit of ridicule. Not to brag, but I'm a pretty good sport when it comes to that kind of thing. In the end, 4 of my 7 guests decided to play. Honestly, better than I expected. I didn't want to make anything too obvious, so we messed around with the tarot cards before bringing out the Ouija board. The girls almost left, but I convinced them to stay. After all, it was in a children's game box. They also checked the table for any tricks, but my devices were well out of their search radius. Again, I started off slow to see if we were going to have any other pranksters in the mix. And sure enough, we did. I thought one or possibly all of them would be giving me a little birthday scare. So I didn't flinch when they adamantly denied being the pushers and accused me instead. I also kept a tight poker face when the spirit claimed to be my grandpa. Everyone there knew his name and how close we were. Then, it all suddenly made sense. They knew I was planning something, so they were setting the scene before I could. Well, game on as far as I was concerned. The time had finally come. The knocking alarm was set to sound in 1 minute. "Grandpa, are you alone?" I asked, sliding the planchette to no, then back to the center. "Are any other spirits here as well?" Again, I slid the planchette to no, and then back to the center. A noticeable unease spread through the table, and it was hard not to smile. With a low, solemn tone, I continued, "Is there a demon here? With you? With us?" No one breathed as we sat staring at the planchette. Then came the sound of frantic knocking on the closet door. One of the girls actually started crying. I now had roughly 2 minutes to set up an opening for the footsteps that would sound next to the hallway. "Was that you, Grandpa?" I asked innocently, and slid the planchette to no yet again. "Then who was it?" I felt a surge of annoyance as someone else began moving the planchette before I could. It spelled N-E-D, Ned, and my stomach dropped to my knees. Ned was the awful man from the nightmares I had when, and only when, I was living at Grandpa's old house. I've never told a soul about him until now. In my dreams, I would have a bird's eye view of myself asleep in bed, only I wasn't alone. There was always a sickly, thin, elderly man lying next to me, just staring at my motionless form. If I tried to call out a warning, the old man would turn to glare at me with the most hateful scowl. Sometimes he would attack me if I persisted in trying to wake myself up. Eventually, Grandpa got a new house that didn't give me nightmares, and I forgot that Ned existed until his name appeared on that Ouija board. I'm positive there's no way my friends could have known about him. I was instantly ready to stop, but I didn't want the others to know how frightened I really was. I asked a few simple questions that didn't receive answers, hoping someone else would be the one to suggest quitting, but no such luck. I was the birthday boy, after all. But then Wes blurted out, "Can we see you?" And the planchette spelled DREAM. Dream. That was officially all I could handle. I rose from the chair, and at the same moment, the chair at the opposite end of the table fell backwards with a loud crash. No one was sitting close enough to have touched it. Thankfully, everyone left soon after that, and we didn't talk about any of it. I doubt we ever will. I didn't even notice the footsteps and other alarms failed to sound until much later, after everyone had gone home. When I checked the devices, they were both shut off, even though the batteries were fully charged. If this wasn't bad enough, I've now dreamed of Ned twice since, and the first time happened that same night. The nightmares are identical to the ones I had as a kid, only now I'm looking down at my adult body. I think I really screwed up this time. Is anyone able to tell me what I should do? I used to live just outside of Redwood County, Minnesota, and around the age of 16, my parents started allowing me to go camping on my own. That summer, I was in southwest Minnesota with some friends, and we decided to camp inside the reservation. After a long day of bullshitting around, we found a spot and decided to set up our tents. It was pretty beautiful out there, super serene and quiet. We definitely felt like we were on our own out there, but at 16, I painted us as pretty damn fearless, so we weren't bothered, at least not yet. Eventually, it was nightfall, and though still not afraid, the area held a different kind of quiet. It was almost silent. I have no idea what time I fell asleep, but I know it was around 3 a.m. when I woke up. For a few seconds, I wasn't sure why, but then I heard my name being called from outside my tent. It was my friend Aaron's voice, and he was really trying to get my attention. I could also hear my other friend Jeremy shushing Aaron, telling him to be quiet. I didn't say a word. I just started feeling around and looking for a light. Before I got to it, though, I heard something in the silence. But it's like my brain couldn't connect what it was for a minute, until it was so loud and so obvious. It was the sound of horses running, but also what I can only describe as war cries. Almost immediately after I heard the sounds, I realized this was probably what Aaron was trying to bring to my attention. I unzipped my tent because I wanted to see if I could see anything. Jeremy was already outside of his tent, and he was looking around like he had the same idea. We both started to step out closer to the extinguished campfire to investigate the sounds. I couldn't believe how clear they were, how eerie they were. Something about being there suddenly felt wrong, but I still can't pinpoint why. Shortly after that thought, Aaron walked out of his tent armed with a paintball gun. Not sure what good he thought he was going to do with it, but it said to me that he was scared. I guess we all kind of were by now. After an exchange of "do you guys hear that?" we all decided that it was something real. We were on the reservation, so it was most likely that the noises were coming from there, somehow. Aaron was paranoid it was someone's way of telling us to get lost, a warning of some kind before a real brutal attack took place. I didn't think that sounded right, but I didn't have much else to offer as to what I thought it was. To me, it couldn't be anything other than what it sounded like. Horses, war cries. It seemed to envelop the whole area, yet was only a whisper at the same time. Suddenly, I felt a small brush of wind against my face, followed by an unusual thump sound, right next to my ear. It sounded like something had hit the tree directly behind me, but this time I didn't stick around to investigate. Almost on cue, we all funneled into one car, drove a mile or so into somewhat civilization, and did something that emulated sleep for the next couple of hours. Then, because there's something about daylight, it gives you courage that somehow dissipates when it's dark, we decided to drive back to the campsite. Courage may be a strong word. In reality, we still had to get Aaron's car and the rest of our shit. So what choice did we really have? Once we got there, everything was exactly how we'd left it. Jeremy and Aaron started packing up almost right away, but I had to check something out first. Chances were we wouldn't be coming back to this place again, but something told me, something stronger than just my curiosity, that I would find something in that tree. The tree that had been behind me the night before. I had heard something strike it. Inspecting the tree trunk, I found what appeared to be the odd end of an arrowhead, with the pointed end embedded in the tree. Part of me wanted to take it out, but a bigger part of me felt like that was a bad idea. I told the guys to come over and take a look. We all agreed that's definitely what we were looking at. I decided to pack up my tent. The guys were still over by the tree when Aaron called me back over. They'd found something else. It looked like the piece of an axe. Part of the sharp end, but no handle attached, and missing the piece of material that would connect the two parts together. It made me want to find the handle, and though I never did, we found more of these assorted pieces of history. At least that's what I assumed they were. Full-sized arrowheads in various colors of gray, red, and brown. But also, there was this white material that sort of littered the area if you looked real close, or if you knew what you were looking for. They were pieces of pottery, clearly scattered now, but at one time I imagined they were full. We rummaged around the area for what felt like hours, but after we realized we could likely do this forever and never come up short, we decided to call it a day. At one point, Jeremy asked if we should take any of it with us, but we opted not to. I'm shocked and grateful that even at 16 we had enough wherewithal not to take anything with us. Pretty sure we were all just grateful, too, that nothing bad had happened to us or our stuff. I mean, besides being scared out of our minds. Though, something tells me that if we weren't so respectful, things could have been a whole lot scarier. Several years ago, I was dating a woman who, when I first met her, I thought, this is a woman who is as enthusiastic about adventure and the outdoors as I am. Granted, the more I got to know her, I realized she was actually much more adventurous than even myself. She had a thing for finding haunted or abandoned locations and exploring them, usually solo. Not to sound sexist, but at the time, this heavily concerned me. Guess it still kind of does. I know that she could take care of herself for the most part, but some of these locations were places that even I wouldn't venture into alone. And some were places that clearly lots of people ventured into, and often. For as many places as we visited and as many things as we did, there was only one time we actually experienced something while together, something scary. We were visiting the California coast and had found our way to the Queen Mary. For anyone who doesn't know it, the ship is permanently moored along the coast of Long Beach, California. Before we took the tour, I didn't know anything about it, especially that it was known to be haunted. It was an active ship for over 30 years. We learned that during its time as a working ship, it had experienced more than a few tragedies. Though they all seemed to be genuine tragedies, like collisions, fires, etc. However, what ultimately took out the ship was rather average. Business wasn't great. After operating at a loss for several years in a row, it was sold, becoming the almost landmark that it is today. So going into this whole thing, I didn't have any preconceived notions. I just learned as I went. We eventually made our way to the engine room. It was an interesting area with lots to stop and look at, but it also had these tight doorways that made me feel uncomfortable. Part of me just felt claustrophobic, which I hate. At one point, my date stops me and says, "Okay, listen." At first, I thought she was going to tell me something else, so either way, I waited and listened. But soon I realized that she was telling me to listen to our surroundings. She closed her eyes, so I did the same, even though it felt a little weird. I didn't know exactly what I was listening for, but eventually, I was hearing things. Mainly sounds of a ship, right? creaks, metal on metal, but there really was more. It felt like the sound of an alarm. Not directly next to us and not loud. It was distant for sure, but it didn't really sound like any alarm I'd ever heard. It sounded kind of old. I opened my eyes and my date was looking at me. She asked, "So, did you hear it?" And before I could ask her if she meant the alarm, I felt an immense cold take over my whole body, just for a brief instant, but it was to the bone. It was as if someone or something had passed directly through me. I felt sick, like maybe I was about to puke. The thought of puking during a public tour was humiliating enough, but then I started to feel dizzy. So not only was I going to puke, now I was going to pass out too. I imagined myself passing out into my own puke, and there was just no way. I tried to continue walking in the direction that would lead us out of the engine room. For a minute, I was sure I was pulling it off, but my date thought otherwise. She stopped me, asking if I was all right. In the moment that she did, I felt a soaring pain through my chest. I've never felt anything like it. That's what I remember thinking at the time. I also remember thinking it's horrible, but it was brief. What's odd now, though, is that I don't really remember the pain itself. What I recall most is that as soon as the pain ceased, so did everything else. I wasn't nauseous anymore, and the dizziness had subsided. Even my date could see the shift, and she exhaled in relief that I was okay. Then she asked me again, did I hear it? I told her I heard what I thought sounded like an alarm, a weird old alarm, and I watched her expression turn up into a smile. She told me she'd been here before, that she'd seen something there before. A man. He was a young man, sweaty, dressed in overalls. Most unsettling to her was that the man came up from behind her, and it was just after she'd heard what she swore was an old alarm. He was running, and she barely moved out of the way as he passed by, where she watched him disappear while passing through the various doorways. Not gonna lie, I felt very much like leaving after she told me this story, so I continued towards the path to exit. All the while, my date is just hyped up and excited, retelling me of her experience, saying how cold it felt suddenly. I wondered if that same guy hadn't just ran into me inside this place. I know this next part is silly, but I was sort of frustrated, or maybe just felt chilled by my date's choice not to tell me what I was walking into. Something, no idea what, but maybe it's that same thing she saw, but something nonetheless ran into me. I've never felt a chill like that. Not before, not since. I don't like to mess with ghosts and such. I mean, honestly, before this, I think I mainly didn't believe in ghosts out of fear. I don't like to think about what it means to be a spirit, how one gets there, how one doesn't. I mean, respect for the dead, for sure, but I'm not eager to communicate with them. If you ever find yourself in Long Beach, maybe give it a visit and decide for yourself. Oh, and you can sleep there, like rent a room. They're beautiful, but no thank you. Knock yourself out. The summer after 5th grade, my family moved into a big house in a rural area. We didn't have any neighbors, and the woods were thick around our property. My brother Nicky is 2 years older, and listening to creepypastas was one of our favorite things to do. Much of our time was spent looking for Slender Man or trying to contact spirits, but our favorites were the Black-Eyed Children. One day, we found a story where somebody mentioned a sound that attracts the Black-Eyed Children. The guy had set up his laptop next to a window where the audio could loop all night, and it actually worked. We recorded our own copy of the audio, albeit much lower quality, and set up a speaker in our room window. After 3 nights of nothing happening, we started getting bored. As kids, it's easy to believe anything for a little while, but eventually reality rears its ugly head and you start to see behind the magic curtain. Still, we decided to leave it up one more time, and just go out with a bang. We kept watch all night. It made things interesting again. The skies were clear with a bright full moon, and we could see our entire backyard all the way to the tree line. Nikki made me take first shift, and we handed off the binoculars every hour. Not gonna lie, we lost interest pretty fast. It sounded fun in theory, but 2 young boys can only stare out a window for so long. I fell asleep during the midnight watch and woke up to my brother slamming the computer shut and closing the blinds. He was absolutely terrified. When he turned towards me, I could see the tears streaming down his cheeks. It was so genuine that the thought of him pulling a prank never even occurred to me. Before I could speak, he placed a finger over his lips with one hand and pointed to the window with the other. He clearly wanted me to look outside, but his entire body was visibly shaking, and I wasn't sure I wanted to share that feeling. Ultimately, he didn't give me much of a choice. Slowly pulling back a corner of the curtain, my eyes searched for anything unusual. Nikki wouldn't tell me what he saw, but I had a pretty good idea of what I was looking for. When I didn't immediately see anything, I began to think that he actually had imagined it, or that whatever he saw was gone. Then he said to look straight ahead, into the woods. It took a moment for my eyes to separate the tangled shadows just behind the tree line. But once I did, the outline of a person was clearly visible. It was someone short, too, like a child around our age. I sank to the floor, speechless and terrified. We sat like that for what seemed like a long time before Nikki finally spoke. He's always taken the protective big brother role very seriously, and seeing how frightened I was helped him control his own fear. He reminded me that the children had to be invited inside, that as long as we didn't open the door, we were safe. But I was worried about our parents. His face fell. We both knew that neither of them would think twice about letting a kid inside, especially if it seemed like they were in distress. We stayed up the rest of the night to keep an eye on the shadow figure. Each time we looked out, they were standing in the exact same place, until sometime after 3, and then they were just gone. We slept for a few hours after sunrise, but we were too frightened to play outside that day. Mom thought it was strange, but she didn't push the issue. We weren't really sure if we should tell our parents. There was no question that they wouldn't believe us. And more likely than not, the only solution would probably be to ban us from creepypastas. There was no point in taking away our scary stories after learning not to play with otherworldly forces. So we suffered in terrified silence. That night, neither of us could sleep because we kept wondering if the kid was back. Around midnight, Nikki got out of bed, peeled the curtains back just enough to get a glimpse outside, and the resulting whimper was all I needed to hear. Only it was even worse than I thought. There were now 2 children, and they were about 5 or 10 feet in front of the tree line. They were moving closer, just like in the story we heard. One was a dark-haired boy that looked to be our age. The other was a smaller girl with long hair who appeared to be 6 or 7. Once again, we stayed up to keep watch, and each time we looked outside, the children were in the exact same spot, seemingly staring straight into our window. Until they weren't. They disappeared at roughly the same time as before. This 3rd night was the worst, but thankfully also the last. The same 2 kids were in our yard, and they brought another friend who seemed closer to 14 or 15. They were also now closer to the back door than the tree line. We were so frightened already, but the way they stared at our window, like they knew we were watching, that's what really got us. We checked outside much more frequently, and though we were genuinely petrified, there was a certain level of security in the fact that they hadn't moved during the previous occasions. We were more afraid of how many there would be and how close they would get the next night, which was a grave error on our part. It was between 2 or 3 a.m. when Nikki peeked outside, screamed, and fell over backwards, taking the whole curtain with him. I'm not sure how it didn't wake our parents. especially when I screamed even louder after him. But when I looked out the now completely uncovered window, all three of the children were standing right on the other side, staring at us. There were no more questions about their eyes. We could see all three sets of their pitch-black orbs up close and personal. The oldest was the only one to speak. He asked to come in and to use the phone, but we of course said no. We were both crying so hard, I'm sure it only sounded like garbled sobs, but we were in full survival mode. The boy's question snapped us out of our shock, enough that we were able to get the curtain back up. He said something else at one point, but we were so upset that neither of us could make out the words. Once the window was covered, we huddled together on the bottom bunk bed and waited for morning. One of them tapped on the glass for what felt like a long time, but when daylight came, Nikki looked outside and they were gone. We never saw them again, and we stopped listening to creepypastas. If the children are real, we don't want to know what else might be. This is actually the first time I've spoken about it since, and I'm 18 now. Well, thanks for listening, and be careful if you play around with this kind of stuff. Over the years, I've heard a lot of ghost stories. Stories about people using Ouija boards. My friend talked to me just recently about his haunted basement, which I'll have to follow up with you on. But for now, this is my ghost story. Though I'm not entirely sure it was a ghost, but you tell me. It's the only thing I've ever experienced, and I'm grateful I experienced it with friends eventually. It's nice to know you're not crazy, even if you're 12. No one wants to lose their mind. So far, me and my friends are some of the only ones I've met who have experienced a haunted treehouse. Though the older I've gotten, the more I've come to terms with the fact that maybe it wasn't the treehouse itself. Maybe it was the woods. Our houses all sat along these woods in Central Oregon, my house the furthest into the neighborhood, at the end of the dead end. This means I had woods lining my backyard, but also had them alongside my house on the far side. When I was much younger, my dad learned that our property actually extended into those woods. However, we were unable to establish any plumbing or electrical, so adding onto our home wasn't really an option. Instead, my dad decided to build a pretty state-of-the-art treehouse, one that we used to all enjoy together as a family until it became a spot exclusively for me and my friends. The first time I ever stayed out there alone, I didn't like it. In fact, I ended up back inside almost as soon as my parents were asleep. I was, for all intents and purposes, afraid. I disguised this by having friends with me most of the times that I was out there after dark. After all, the treehouse had always held positive memories. I was sure that I was just being a baby about being alone. I think I was around 11 or 12 when I decided to try sleeping out there alone again. My parents were painting my room, and since they didn't know I was afraid of the treehouse alone at night, they suggested I sleep out there. It was summer after all. For the night, I brought a little battery-powered radio out there, doubled up on blankets, and kept a walkie-talkie with me. The other receivers belonged to my two friends who were also neighbors. So I just wanted the walkie-talkie for reinforcements, I guess. While I was out there, I remember telling myself I wasn't tired and that's why I couldn't fall asleep. But even as my eyes felt heavy and started to close, I found myself forcing myself awake to avoid falling asleep out there. But eventually, nature took over. I'm only human after all, so I fell asleep. Not for long, or maybe it was. The one thing about being out there is I didn't have a way to tell the time. Anyway, I woke up to what I thought was my walkie-talkie going off. It startled me, and I fumbled for the receiver to silence the sort of piercing noise it was producing. I realized it was actually my radio making that noise. I turned it off before I even had a moment to think about how strange that was. I knew I had turned that off. In fact, I was sure I'd turned it off, batteries and all. When it turned on the first time, the radio was just producing static, like it was between actual functioning stations. But then it turned on again, only this time it sounded as though it was skipping through channels. I hadn't laid back down yet, so the radio was just within my grasp. Instead of grabbing it, I found myself sort of leaning forward. I wanted to see if the little red dial was moving, and it was indeed moving. The knob, however, was stationary. As a child, I remember thinking, what kind of magic is this? Yet there was this other part of me that wasn't so much amazed as it was afraid. I wanted to turn the thing off, but I didn't want to touch it. Then, I felt something. The treehouse itself started to vibrate. I had no idea how, but it sure was. The radio kept doing its thing. It tipped over, but it didn't turn off. I'd never wanted to go inside so much. Everything inside of me was dedicated to the cause of making it to my house. At first, I was worried about moving while everything was vibrating, but it started to almost hurt. It was that powerful. When I went to climb down the ladder, I realized it was nearly impossible to grab onto the wood planks. The vibration was so strong, it's like my hands couldn't even grip the wood. The radio was almost silent in comparison to the buzzing sound that completely consumed me. If I hadn't been conscious of it, if I didn't move at all, I would have thought that for sure I was having some sort of seizure. After several moments, it stopped. Everything did. The radio was silent, the treehouse was no longer vibrating, so I wasted no time running back inside the house. I didn't think that I would sleep much that night, but I felt a world of difference being in my own bed, and I passed out. I didn't really spend much time out there alone after that incident. The treehouse actually gathered dust for a while, and my dad contemplated tearing it down. However, when I was around 15, I decided that the treehouse was absolute gold. No way I could give it up. Instead, my dad helped me run some extension cables and cords from the treehouse to the house. This gave me a little makeshift electricity while out there. That summer, it was equipped with a mini fridge, a small TV, and a Nintendo GameCube. It became the chill spot for a while, at least our entire freshman year. But I still, on the low, hated sleeping out there. I always found an excuse for us to go inside. One night, that didn't really work. My friends Riley and Jason were basically giving me a hard time, saying that they weren't done playing video games, and after a few more excuses, they just straight up said that they were too lazy to go inside, that it was too hot in there. So I caved and just said, fuck it, it's one night. I knew better, but you know how peer pressure is. Plus, I was technically their host. Was I just gonna leave them out there? I decided my best bet was probably just to fall asleep before they did. The sound of Mario Kart in the background was almost soothing, but I was jerked awake. It felt exactly like when you're between sleep, and suddenly you feel like you're falling. My stomach dropped. Then, the vibration started. Only this time I wasn't alone. My friends were both wide awake, and from the looks of it, they were still playing video games, because the TV was on. It, along with everything else in the treehouse, was moving slightly. It felt identical to what I experienced as a child, and I hated it. I never heard Riley scream before, not that I could recall. So the sound, it almost didn't register, and it was so drowned out by the other noise. But I saw his face. He was horrified. I watched as he grabbed onto the wood framing and quickly let go, realizing it was impossible to grip. I tried to say out loud to just sit still. It will only be a couple minutes. You just couldn't really hear what I was saying. So I sat there, covering my ears, hoping they would do the same, and they did. Then, just like the first time, it all stopped. The TV was off, and the vibration was no longer present. Riley went straight for the ladder. Jason followed close behind. I took my time leaving, though. I had no idea what I was looking for, but I just felt like I was going to experience something. Another thing I still can't explain. Then, on my way down the ladder, it happens again. Mid-ladder, the vibration causes my hands to lose their grip on the wood, and I fall backwards. Luckily, my friends were already off the ladder by this point, Instead of crushing them, I just fell straight on my back, knocking the wind out of myself. On the ground, I couldn't feel any vibration, but it sounded like an extreme windstorm was making its way through the woods, only there was no wind. After my friends helped me up, I was able to catch my breath and follow them inside. We were far too jumpy to be quiet or even consider what time it was. Jason looked me dead in the eyes, and I'll never forget. He looked at me and said, "I saw something out there. Something big." He was serious, real serious, but he said he couldn't explain. Riley asked me what that was. Why was the treehouse shaking like that, and what the fuck was up with the TV? By this time, my parents came down and were asking us what the heck was going on. Why were we yelling and running around? I wasn't even going to launch into the story, but Jason and Riley did it for me, telling my parents something was outside, something was shaking the tree and messing with the TV. They swore up and down that they turned off the TV. My parents, well, they just looked tired. Honestly, their lack of enthusiasm made what we experienced seem like nothing, but they weren't there. Essentially, we were told to keep it down and to either set up in the living room or my room. We opted for the living room. Nothing else happened, but by the time I woke up, both of my friends were gone. I called them later that weekend asking where they had gone. They both told me they couldn't sleep. They waited for sunrise and they walked home. They also said that they saw the TV turn on again. They could see a light glowing inside the treehouse from the living room. It shouldn't have been possible, since one of the things my dad did when we woke him up was unplug everything from the house. It shouldn't have even had power. So that was officially the last time I stayed the night up there. Well, it was the last time anyone stayed the night up there. My dad tore it down before senior year. I just have to know, has anyone else experienced something like this? In the woods or in their house? Anywhere? What was it? My mom told me a story of when her and my great-uncle Hector went caving. The year is 1990, and in the midst of a grueling final semester of my mom Maria's senior year of college, her grades were at the lowest they'd ever been. She was going to flunk out of college unless she thought of something pretty fast. My great-uncle Hector worked at an REI and was an experienced rock climber and caver. She knew he was out on the trails every weekend. Hector was pushing 70, but acted like he was 20. One Friday night, they're on the phone together, and Maria's telling him her worries about failing her natural science class. That's when Hector had an idea. He said that new passages are always being discovered in caves, some big, some small. He was going on a hike this weekend. He suggests that she asked her professor if this cave exploration could count as some sort of credit. Maria had never set foot inside a cave before, but they thought that if they could find a new area in this cave, they could pull Maria's grade up to a passing grade. Hector seemed confident in the possibilities, feeling more comfortable with using an anonymous questionnaire on her professor's online messaging board rather than in person. Maria received a response on the message board from her professor, whose message was enthusiastic. Happily, he was accepting the student's mysterious wager. He replied, "If anyone can find a new cave passage, species, or insect or animal, while successfully recording and or documenting themselves in or at the place that they find it, I'll be happy to bump their grade up a grade and a half." Another message quickly popped up adding, "Don't kill yourself over a grade this weekend. You'll be able to make up credits by taking summer school classes." This was Maria's last year of college. In that summer, she had just landed her first job as Snow White, a cast member on one of the new Disney cruise ships. That ship wasn't sailing if my mom failed her senior year. Well, it would be sailing, just not with my mom on it, unless she brought her grade up. And in her words, dying in a cave would have been better than spending the rest of her life in Medford. After seeing her professor's response, Maria called Hector back, telling him that she would be accompanying him on the hike tomorrow. Hector packed their backpacks with lunch and supplies for the excursion that was planned on lasting the afternoon. It takes them hours to even reach the mouth of the cave. By that point, Maria's already gassed out. But Hector's already getting on his headlamp and beginning to crawl into a small, knee-high rock opening. Not wanting to slow down his pace, Maria quickly got on her headgear and followed after. When they got into the cave, the first room they crawled into was a large open area with 4 or 5 different passages. She slowly walks behind Hector as he takes one of the passages. Maria and Hector would then climb steep rock walls, squeeze through narrow openings, and jump crevasse gaps in the pitch black. Following a pitch black path only Hector knew, Hector told Maria that the area he was looking for would be coming up soon. Both of them were extremely hungry from all the movement, and decided to take a quick lunch break in the next open cavern they found. After some more tight squeezes, they entered a large room with a rock wall that reached further than either of their beams of light could reflect. Hector lets out a victorious yahoo that echoes all around them. Then they found a big flat rock to sit on and dig into the meals that Hector had prepared. With a small pen light, Hector shows Maria a map of the cave they're in, showing her where they've been and where they plan to go next, circling 3 spots that could potentially break off into other chambers. While Maria sits pretending to know what Hector's talking about, all she can think about is her future cruise in the summer sun. A sharp contrast from where she currently was. As Hector's drawing a line across the map, he suddenly stops and tells Maria to stop chewing. She sits there, frozen with a bite of food in her mouth. It looked like he was listening for something. Hector tells her to turn off her headlamp. Maria flips her switch at the same time that Hector flips his. And then they're both sitting quietly, silently, in the damp, dark cavern, listening. Maria still didn't know what this was all about, but she didn't dare to interrupt the air around them. Then she heard it.
Help me!
Maria started to whisper, "Did you?" but gets cut off by Hector's shh. Making sure to stay completely still, Maria goes back to listening to the voice, and again, after a few moments of sitting in silence, they start hearing this voice calling out to them. It's saying,
"Hello, hello, help me, help me."
Maria is about to stand up and call out to it, but almost predicting Maria would do that, Hector reaches over and rests his hand on her shoulder with light pressure. Then the voice that they're hearing begins to change and distort until it's a completely different sounding person calling for help. The words and sentence patterns start to change. What's now echoing off the walls was like human speech, but it kept cycling through different voices, and none of the words were real words. Then they hear this talking begin to increase in volume. It was getting closer to where they were, but with the sound bouncing off the hard surfaces all around them, they weren't able to pinpoint where it was coming from. They knew whatever it was, or whoever it was, they knew that they were there. Now the only question would be if they could see Hector and Maria sitting still on the rock. For a brief moment, the voice stops. They're still listening to narrow in a direction that it could be coming from. Maria sits on the cold rock, absolutely terrified. She's having a hard time controlling her breathing. Hector keeps his hand on her shoulder. Neither of them can see each other, but Maria can feel the tightening of Hector's grip, and she can tell he's afraid too. Then they hear something crawling around the rocks, and it sounds like it's coming from directly above them. Maria's looking into the same black as any other direction that she could look, and she starts to pray in her head, praying to God that whatever this thing was, it would just turn around and crawl in any other direction but down. But sure enough, as it started to repeat nonsense words, they heard it begin to make a slow descend towards where they were. While it was talking, Hector leans over and tells Maria that on the count of 3, he's going to turn his headlamp on, and they're going to run. Don't grab anything. Just focus on staying as close to him as possible. Then Hector whispered, 1, 2, 3. His headlamp turns on, and the white light blinds Maria for a second, but she doesn't have time to stop. Hector doesn't look up. He doesn't turn around. He's just making his way back, retracing where they'd entered from. As they're squeezing through the crack, Hector's ahead of Maria, but they can both hear the creature's noises, getting more animated and loud. In the dark, they hear what sounds like a loud slap echo through the open cavern. Whatever it was that had been hunting them had just moved from the wall of the cave to the floor. Hector pushed his way through and started pulling Maria the rest of the way through. When they heard the footsteps begin running in their direction, they really panicked. It sounded like a person running on gravel. Maria held onto the back of Hector as they navigated the twists and turns back in the direction from which they'd come. Eventually, the sound of their pursuer died off, and they could slow down. When they exited the mountain, it wasn't until halfway down that Maria remembered she'd just left all of her school supplies and any hopes of a passing grade in the cave. As the adrenaline wore down, Hector's fear turned into a sort of fascination, like an epiphany. He concluded that most Native American cryptids explore the forests, but primarily reside inside the infinite amount of cave systems located throughout the land, entering and exiting through hidden passages no one's dared attempted to squeeze into. His hypothesis turned into infatuation and obsession. During that summer, my mom had to make up credits. Hector instead went back to the cave system with a friend, twice. Once he was successful in the trip, even bringing back samples which he initially had no idea what to do with, but eventually sorted that out and decided to go back. He returned a second time with the same friend. Tragically, that time, Hector's friend would return saying that Hector had lost his footing and fallen in a crevasse. My mom says the hardest part for the family was the fact that they were never able to recover his body from the caves. Personally, I stay far, far away from those things. I'm not here to claim demonic possession is real, or that I know a goddamn thing about it. I'm just here to relay a story, one that I experienced firsthand, but can't really explain it outside of what I'm going to share here. I was sitting in the doctor's office waiting to have some lab work done. This was all for a physical required for employment, and yes, everything came back normal. Then the nurse lady called me back, and I followed her to my exam room. She was really nice, and we just kind of made small talk on the way there. Just as we were about to walk inside the room, she stopped and said, "Oh, I don't know where my head is at today. We've got to go get your height and weight. Follow me." So I follow her back towards the scales. When we get there, she starts to sort of ramble to herself. And I don't know if she wants weight or height first, so I take my shoes off and then step under the height measuring thing. Then she snapped at me. "No, not there, idiot." So, when I say snapped, I mean it. It was harsh and loud, but more than anything, even her calling me an idiot, I was most disturbed by the voice. It didn't even sound like the same woman who'd been speaking before. It was guttural and masculine. The kind woman who had been escorting me moments ago had somehow disappeared inside this monster of a human. Her eyes, I could have sworn they were almost bright blue before, but now they were so dark I struggled to find color. Another nurse heard it, of course, and walked over to see if everything was all right, to which my nurse responded by snapping in the same voice, "Mind your own damn business." I'd never seen an adult person act this way, let alone a nurse. I was shocked, so much so that I hadn't even moved from underneath the height thingy. Then I watched as my nurse clasped her hands over her mouth, It was as if she was shocked by her own behavior, and before I knew it, she was crying and excusing herself entirely. The other nurse looked about as shocked as I did, but eventually composed herself and took over where the last nurse had stopped. Honestly, I was about ready to leave and reschedule the whole thing, but it already took me so damn long to get this appointment I couldn't bring myself to bail. I never saw that nurse again, but I heard her. It was while I was waiting in my room for my new nurse to bring me some pamphlets on smoking cessation. It was that unmistakable, guttural voice, and it was coming from just outside my room. I could hear her telling someone to get the hell away from her, followed by what sounded like someone getting pushed. Needless to say, I was waiting a while, but when I finally got to talk to the doctor again, I asked her if everything was okay with that nurse. I mentioned that she called me an idiot and appeared to be having some sort of breakdown. The doctor just assured me that she would be fine. She's going to take the day off, of course, but she'll be fine. She then asked if there was anything she could do to make me feel better. Anything that could make my experience better. It was weird, sort of like I was at a hotel or something, but I told her I was fine. I wasn't going to lodge a complaint or anything like that. I was just genuinely worried about that woman. She thanked me for my concern, and that was that. I opted to use a different facility moving forward, so no idea whatever happened to that nurse. But I sure hope she got the help she needed, and hopefully it was a priest. So I thought I would share the story about when my granddad killed my dad's best friend. It happened back in the late 70s when Dad was 20 and still living at home. His friend Matt and Matt's girlfriend Becky, they were all listening to music in his room when another friend wanted to take them to a party. Well, they all went and had a great time until eventually they were driven back. By this point, it was the middle of the night. Matt and Becky were ready to go home, but they couldn't find their car keys. Finally, they decided it would be best to drive Becky home in Granddad's van and then come back to look some more. First off, the thing about this Granddad is that he was in World War II, and he struggled with PTSD for the rest of his life. He passed away when I was only 6, so I was too young to understand his behavior. For the most part, I was just afraid of him. Mainly because he would be nice one minute and yelling the next. Then again, I was only around him a few times a year. And second off, the van had one of those bench seats in the front. I honestly don't know what to call them. It was one long seat that sat 3 instead of 2 individuals. Dad was on the driver's side, window down. Becky was in the middle, and Matt was on the passenger side. Dad leaned forward to put the key in the ignition, and at the exact same second, there was a loud bang as something whizzed past the back of his head. Along with a sound he couldn't quite put words to, he also heard Becky's heart-stopping screams. Before he could understand what happened, he heard the sound of my grandmother screaming. She was crying, "It's Danny, stop! It's Danny, stop!" When Dad turned towards the sound of her voice, he saw my granddad standing outside of his window with a gun pointed directly at his head. And the look on his face said that he was having one of his flashbacks. Dad instantly understood what had caused the loud bang and what had brushed his hair as it whizzed past. Meanwhile, Becky was still screaming. He describes the second it took him to turn his head as the longest moment of his life. So many thoughts and scenarios raced through his mind that it felt like hours were passing. Then, he finally saw the extent of damage done. The bullet hadn't struck Becky as he'd thought. It went straight through Matt's temple. Dad's best friend was now slumped against the window, dead, and his girlfriend was covered in his blood. The police came, but no criminal charges were filed. Since Granddad had been in the war and had a well-documented history of PTSD, he was only required to participate in court-mandated therapy. But again, this was the 70s. They were probably still calling it shell shock for all I know. Either way, no one made my grandfather stick to those appointments. He went for a few weeks and decided that they were making him worse, so he stopped going. Things never really were right between my dad and grandfather again, but they made a sort of peace with one another before Granddad passed away. It really goes to show you, we have absolutely no idea how long any of us will be here. Tragedy can literally strike anytime, anywhere. In the 70s, my dad was attending college in Florida, and he lived near a river that he and his friends would go swimming in. They weren't really supposed to, but it was easy to get away with back then. He actually remembers that they were surprised by the fact that more locals didn't use their spot. Well, they went a handful of times without incident, but they eventually learned why no one else used it. One weekend, Dad and a couple of friends took some girls out there with an ice chest, planning to make a whole day of it and hopefully night. They were in and out of the water the whole time, and everyone was drunk by lunch. While they were eating, one of the friends, Alan, stepped on some broken glass and cut the bottom of his foot pretty badly. He went to wash it in the river, but made a joke out of dramatically jumping all the way into the water. The spot where everyone was eating sat atop a small hill. From their point of view, everything below Alan's shoulders was concealed behind tall weeds, including the water itself. One minute he was singing a silly tune, and the next he suddenly dropped out of sight and began screaming. Then, the sound of splashing grew more intense, beyond what one person could manage, and they knew he wasn't joking. Everyone rushed down to see Alan in the fight of his life with what they would later identify as a bull shark. Did you know that bull sharks are not only one of the most aggressive types of sharks, but they're also one of the few that are capable of surviving in fresh water? They're known for getting into Florida rivers, but no one ever bothered to tell Dad and his friends that that was the reason they shouldn't go swimming. Alan never saw it coming. He just suddenly felt the worst pain of his life radiating up his leg and through his entire body. It caught him so off guard that he could only envision his foot as being trapped in some kind of jagged, rotting tree stump. But then that stump suddenly pulled him underwater again, and he realized whatever had him was alive. In an act of sheer desperation, he flailed out with his free leg and felt it make contact with the shark. But he also felt a fresh, much more intense shockwave of pain shoot through his entire body as the shark's jaws snapped shut. The last bits that were hanging onto his foot were severed, and Alan was propelled backwards, a little closer to the shore. To add insult to injury, he saw his foot bob to the surface a few times before losing sight of it. Come to find out, sharks aren't huge fans of how we taste. This one was clearly just an aggressive asshole. It was about this time that the group arrived at the water's edge. The girls began screaming at the river of blood, while Dad and their other friend waded in just far enough to drag Alan back to shore. They both screamed when they saw his leg. The shark had bitten into the lower part of his shin bone, and the jagged remains protruded from his shredded flesh, along with a jumble of indescribable tendons and veins. Dad said it looked like someone ran his leg through a meat grinder. Alan ultimately lost everything below the knee. He also got addicted to morphine and dropped out of college. Thankfully, he was able to turn his life around in the end. 5 years later, he got clean, and he started working at a paper mill. Then a few years after that, he started a family. He actually passed away earlier this year, and that's what made Dad think of the story. I'm sad I never got to meet him, but I'm really happy his story had a happy ending. That being said, how the hell did I not know about river sharks? As part of a history project in college, we were tasked with exploring a piece of our own family history, specifically connecting with information from those no longer with us. We were told that we could have as little or as much information as possible on the person or the piece of history, but it was our job to create a historically accurate yet compelling story. My family is huge. I don't know a lot of them, but my mom is one of those that keeps up on what everyone is doing all the time, and she's part of those ancestry websites. So all I had to do was ask her, and I knew that she'd lead me down the most interesting path. My great-grand-uncle Charlie was a Catholic priest, one who participated in exorcisms nonetheless. I never personally had the chance to meet him, and he died in the late 90s. But my mom always spoke very fondly of him and kept a lot of his things. She says he was a man of a million stories. Apparently on the side, he was a bit of a self-proclaimed author. One of his short stories was actually published in a local magazine in Minnesota back in 1981. I'm sure it was great, but personally, I never read that one. Amongst the various articles, notebooks, cool photos, I was most interested in his personal notebooks. These were writings he'd never published, things he'd experienced in his lifetime as a priest and just in life in general. I found several intriguing stories, and at first it was hard to just focus on one thing. Next thing I knew, I'd already gone through one of his notebooks in its entirety. He wrote lots about his earlier days, and I found these to be some of his most interesting. I'm choosing to share this one with you all because it gave me full body chills. The entry is from 1989, but he talks of a time before that. It's the story of his second exorcism. January 1st, 1989. This evening, while processing the passing of Bishop McHale, I was reminded of a case from my younger days as a priest. I encountered extraordinary yet terrifying events often, but it was this one that forever altered the course of my future with the church. It was a somber evening, much like tonight, when the news reached me. Bishop McHale came to the Archbishop and myself, carrying stories of a young woman plagued by a demonic possession. Shortly after Bishop McHale finished reciting the various ailments which had been reported to him, Archbishop McCallum granted permission for us to move forward. With a heavy heart, I embarked upon the solemn duty of performing an exorcism. It was new for me. It was only my second one, but I was honored, ready, and I was not alone after all. There was Bishop McHale, but there was also the Heavenly Father, too. That's what you can never forget, never lose sight of. Arriving at the family's humble abode, I was struck that it wasn't so far away from my own. I could sense a palpable darkness hanging in the air where the afflicted woman resided. The family was desperate for salvation. This was obvious at once as they greeted us with a mix of trepidation and high hopes. They guided us to the room where the young woman lay. My first observations of the woman were that her eyes were vacant, almost blackened, and her body was contorted in unnatural ways. Compassion and fear intertwined within me. The woman was restrained, gently but still. The ties on the pieces of satin were secure. The family feared the young woman, but loved her greatly. The room became even more tense upon the arrival of Bishop McHale and myself, so we began the ancient ritual of exorcism almost immediately. Not long after we started, the room was filled with prayers, the scent of incense, and the flickering light of the candles. I recall their glow casting eerie shadows on the walls, shadows which couldn't compare to the real evil inside the room. The demon within the woman fought vehemently, its presence becoming increasingly malevolent with each passing moment. The woman writhed and convulsed, her voice transforming into an otherworldly growl before once again mimicking the cries of a natural woman. For a moment she was lucid, crying and pleading that she couldn't see, that she couldn't hear. She begged and pleaded with the room, trying to understand what was happening to her. We told her to be strong, to fight it. Though she didn't stay long, her voice distorted again as she screamed and laughed obscenities at the room. It was that moment which I caught a glimpse of the demon that had taken a hold of her. Its eyes now reflected the depths of its wickedness. The creature's voice echoed with a chilling resonance, one that was filled with hatred, so much so that it shook me deep to my core. She spoke and spat vile things at everyone in the room, focusing heavily on Bishop McHale and myself. Wicked accusations, horrific imagery that they tried to paint. It was relentless. They were spewing wildly, switching from English to Latin to something entirely unintelligible. This was nothing like my first experience, the one that I wrote about in 1986. This demon was unlike anything I'd experienced in the church, unlike anything I'd experienced in life. I would be lying if I said that there was no fear. I kept it deep down in the depths where only I knew it existed. Throughout, I remained steadfast. It's of great importance that you never lose faith. It's always my faith grounding me in the face of this ancient evil. My voice wavered at times, sure, but I pressed on, reciting the sacred words with unwavering determination. Bishop McHale doing the same, as the prayer of St. Michael radiated from the two of us, filling the room. The battle was all too grueling. I call it a battle as it's the closest I've come to fighting something, aiming to destroy something before it could further destroy this woman. Bishop McHale and I continued exorcising the demon. As the hours passed, I watched the poor woman's vessel endure tortures no one ever should. Still, we didn't stop. She was in and out of consciousness. She was weak, but we also watched as the demon's grip weakened too, and its resistance fading. With one final prayer, a large surge of energy, it was expelled from the young woman, instantly leaving her limp and exhausted, but alive and breathing. The whole room felt as if it was singing. The reality is, it was silent. A beautiful silence settled upon the room, broken only by the sound of our breathing. I found myself forever changed in the aftermath of this encounter. The experience had deepened my understanding of the forces that exist beyond our mortal realm. It ignited a thirst within me to delve further into the realm of spiritual warfare, to study the ancient texts, to learn more of the nature of demons and possession. It was in the following years that I became known for my expertise in exorcisms. Bishop McHale, too, he was my teacher, my mentor. Bishop McHale, the church had recognized his dedication and entrusted him with the responsibility of training future priests in the sacred art of battling darkness. As one of his pupils, I too would go on to train future priests. Of course, this was all before I stopped this work, pre-1980, because the truth is, with each successful exorcism, a part of my soul grew heavy with the weight of what I had witnessed. The horrors I had faced took their toll, and with time I began to question the fragility of my own faith. The demons confronted were not confined to the pages of Scripture. They were real, tangible entities that tested the limits of my resolve. In the end, it was the haunting memories of this second exorcism that led me to reevaluate my path. I chose to step away from the front lines, to devote myself to research and contemplation, seeking a deeper understanding of the spiritual realm and its interplay with our moral existence. And though my days of performing exorcisms may have come to an end, the impact of that fateful event and so many others remain etched in my soul. It forever shaped my future, guiding me towards a different kind of service, one that seeks to illuminate the shadows, one that seeks to offer solace to those who find themselves entangled in its ominous grasp. It also brought me closer to my dearest friend, Bishop McHale, whom I will see again one day. Then my great-grand-uncle ends it by inserting a prayer. I've included it here, but don't expect you to read it. I did some research, and this is a prayer often used during the passing of a member of the clergy. Thanks for listening. If I come across anything else worth sharing, I certainly will. Hi, my name is Nancy, and I think we have something evil in our home. In total, there's 6 of us living here. Myself, my husband, his ailing mother, and our 3 children, ages 15, 10, and 7. The first incident happened almost a month ago when I came home from work. Now that we're caring for my mother-in-law, Linda, I leave my office at noon and work from home for the rest of the day, but a nurse stays with her from 8 to 12 while I'm away. As usual, I came in through the kitchen and headed upstairs to change clothes. Linda's nurse was coming down as I was going up, and she said, "I'm sorry, Nancy, what was it you needed?" I was completely lost. I hadn't spoken a word since arriving home. The confusion must have shown on my face because she proceeded to clarify, "When you called for me just now." But I still didn't know what she was referring to, and that made her confused. So she further clarified. I couldn't step away until I finished Linda's IV, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Judy is such a nice woman, and we've always gotten along very well, but in that moment, I realized she was a little wary, as if she expected me to bite her head off. I asked if everything was okay, and she said, "Yes, ma'am. You just seemed a little upset when you called. I was worried that something bad had happened." After explaining I never called for her, she became very confused and asked me to follow her back to Linda's room, where my mother-in-law was much less polite about it. She said I should be ashamed of myself for taking that tone with Judy. I had to pull up the security footage to prove I had done no such thing. When I showed them the recording, they both paled and fell silent. I tried to pull up the footage of whatever they heard, but the cameras only pick up Judy and Linda's voices. They swore that I called for Judy 3 times in progressively harsher tones, and their reactions on the video clearly show that they were disrupted by something. I told my husband, Kevin, we're both believers, but we didn't tell the kids yet. We've never experienced a ghost that could imitate voices, which made us worry that it might be a demon or something malicious, and we didn't want to frighten them. In hindsight, that was a mistake. But this wasn't a topic they covered in our parenting books. That weekend was one of the rare occasions that all 3 kids were staying with friends. Saturday evening, I was cooking dinner while Kevin watched TV. Once finished, I fixed 3 plates and called for Kevin to take one to his mother while I poured the wine. But when he came into the kitchen, he was white as a ghost. He asked how I got back into the kitchen, and I explained that I never left. Then he turned even whiter and said that he had just watched me come downstairs and go into the bathroom. He had asked if dinner was ready, but I ignored him without so much as a glance in his direction. We immediately knew that it was that thing again, only now we were even more frightened. A voice was one thing, but this was a full apparition. Kevin ran to the bathroom. The door was still shut and the light was on inside, but when he pulled the door open, it was empty. Skip to the following Wednesday, and that night, we woke to our youngest crying for her father. This was strange unto itself because she hasn't done that for a couple of years now, and even when she did, it was always me that she called for. When Kevin came back from checking on her, he was clearly shaken. He walked in just as she was almost to the door, and upon asking where she was going, she said, "I have to go with Mommy, but I don't want to. She's being mean." Then our daughter further explained that she had woken up to me standing in her doorway, but my smile was too wide, and it scared her. She asked what I was doing, and I told her to come with me. But when she didn't want to get out of bed, my scary smile became a terrifying scowl. That's when she called for Kevin. What would have happened if she'd gone with this thing? What is it? We told all of the kids everything that had happened the next morning. My oldest thinks that we've lost our minds, but that's fine with us. I trust him to recognize a dangerous situation if he experiences it. The other two, not so much. We made sure that they knew not to go near me if I seemed off in any way. It breaks my heart to see them so frightened, but what else could we do? This next incident happened yesterday, and it's what prompted me to make this post. Linda and I were home alone, just after her nurse had left, and I was making our lunch. On my way upstairs, she began frantically screaming my name, and I ran the rest of the way. When I made it to her room, she was pointing at the bathroom door with a shaking hand. Her medication makes her very sleepy, and she had started to doze off, but then she felt someone sit on the bed and thought I had returned with lunch. She opened her eyes to see me at the foot of her bed, but this time, my eyes were wrong. They were too big, and the irises were too small. She told the apparition to get out, but it only smiled at her, and Linda saw its teeth were also wrong, long and pointed. That's when she heard me on the stairs and began shouting my name. The apparition then stood up, still smiling, and calmly entered the connected bathroom. My heart was hammering as I approached the door, but no one was inside. I really don't know what to do. We don't feel safe in our own home. If this was a normal haunting, we would already be looking for a new house, but I feel like that wouldn't help in this case. We tried burning sage the next time the kids were out, but it didn't make a bit of a difference. We're officially willing to try anything. Please help. The sun was beginning to set as I walked along the busy city street, lost in my own thoughts. I always enjoyed the sunset and thought it was the best part about getting off before 8 p.m. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to getting home. The sunset just made it easier. As I approached the crosswalk, I pressed the button, waiting for the signal to grant me permission to cross. Impatiently, I glanced at my watch, knowing I was already running late. Finally, the walk sign flashed green, and I stepped onto the sidewalk, feeling a sense of relief. But just as I took that step, a deafening screech pierced the air. Time seemed to slow down, and I turned my head instinctively. To my horror, I saw a car hurtling towards me, just inches away, its headlights blinding me. Fear gripped me, and I froze in place, unable to move. In that split second, a rush of emotions flooded through me. My heart pounded in my chest, my senses heightened to an almost unbearable level. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to survive mixed with the knowledge that I was going to die. And then, the impact. The force of the impact was like nothing I had ever experienced. I was tossed into the air like a puppet in the hands of fate. Everything around me became a blur followed by black. Then, for a moment, I thought I must have come to. But the view, it was wrong. Instead of staring up into a sea full of onlookers, I was standing next to the onlookers, looking down at myself. I caught glimpses of horrified faces, gasps of disbelief, and the screeching sound of brakes being forcefully applied all around the scene. I looked around, and it was chaos. I remembered soaring through the air and thinking that time had stretched indefinitely. Thoughts racing through my mind, memories of loved ones, regrets, sheer disbelief that this was happening to me. I remember praying that this wasn't the end, even though I was sure that it was. Then, as abruptly as the whole thing had began, everything went silent. I was now lying on the pavement, pain coursing through my body. I felt a mix of relief and terror. relief that I was still alive, that I was in this viewpoint, and terror of the uncertainty of what I really looked like. Could I move my limbs? Was my head split open? I had no idea and was too afraid or in too much pain to move. People rushed to my side, calling for help, offering words of comfort. Still, I just couldn't believe I was actually alive. I could hear the distant wails of sirens growing louder. Paramedics arrived, their faces painted with looks of concern and professionalism. The accident, it had shattered my sense of invincibility, that's for sure, reminding me to cherish the people and experiences around me, the ones that really matter. And I'm definitely checking both ways multiple times before crossing. I won't lie, the weeks that followed the accident were filled with pain, physical and emotional, but I slowly healed. I continued to recall my experience after the accident. I don't really know what to make of it, but I'm grateful for every step that I do take. Growing up, my dad used to take me camping all over New Mexico to search for UFOs. When he was in college, he saw a craft with green lights moving across the sky. When it stopped, the lights turned red before disappearing entirely. Then a smaller craft, about the size of a drone, with a single green light zoomed away from where the larger one had vanished. It shot to the ground faster than Dad's eyes could follow, and he never saw it again. He's been obsessed with UFO sightings ever since. On our camping expeditions, he would stay up most of the night just staring through his telescope. We must have gone on 4 or 5 trips a year from the time I was 6 to 16. But in all that time, we never saw anything until the week before my 17th birthday. It started out like any of our other weekends away. I stayed up with him until about 1 or 2, and then passed out in my sleeping bag. Normally, I woke up to Dad cooking breakfast the next morning, but this time, I woke up with his hand over my mouth in a frantic shushing gesture. I was instantly terrified. The man has never played a practical joke in his life. Whatever was happening had to be bad. Once certain I understood to keep silent, he leaned next to my ear and said to follow him to the truck, but not to stop for anything. I had never seen him frightened before, and that was enough to scare me into unquestioned compliance. I tried using my phone for light, but he snatched it away and put it in his pocket with no more than a shake of his head. I barely had enough time to grab my bag before he was dragging me out of the tent. The fire had been put out, but the stars provided just enough light to see our way to the truck. We ran the whole way and jumped inside like someone was chasing us. The second the door closed behind me, Dad was already pressing the lock button. Once he put the key in the ignition, the headlights came to life and illuminated a sickly gray figure, complete with bulbous eyes, right by our tent. It was peeking inside the flap, but as soon as the lights came on, it darted all the way inside. I screamed. Dad yelled for me to get on the floor, and I did. He threw the truck into gear and we took off, but then something with a green light shot into the air and began following us. He drove like mad to get away, never taking his eyes off the road, while I never took my eyes off of whatever that green light was. I couldn't make out the shape behind it, but it stayed with us through every turn until just before reaching the highway. Then it suddenly shot higher into the sky and flew back the way it came. That was the last time Dad ever took me camping. We might take the occasional hike together, but for the most part, we bond over movie nights now. This is a long one. Sorry in advance if I ramble. My name is Smith, and I'm 32 years old. I'm a geneticist from Tucson, Arizona. I first met my fiancé Caleb when I was in high school, and I didn't believe that someone like me could ever be with someone like him, but he assured me, and he made me feel every day that I was the best person in the entire world. So much so that when 2015 came around and Obama legalized gay marriage, he proposed to me, and I said yes. Everything leading up to the wedding was fine, but I still had my doubts, insecurities, and on the day of our wedding, walking him down a rainbow-colored aisle, all of that went away. The ceremony was beautiful. My vows were basic, but Caleb's took my breath away. Unfortunately, I only got to be married for an hour. An entire hour of being happy. I had everything I ever wanted in my entire life, but as I said, that was short-lived. The car seating after the ceremony was as follows. Caleb's groomsmen, Johnny, and his little brother, Declan, were in the back seat, and behind me, my rock, my bestie forever, Freya. The ceremony, it was as basic as you think it was. We left the church and we had rice thrown and rainbow-colored confetti, which is what I was picking out of my cornrows when the accident happened. The last thing I remember was smiling up at Caleb and him telling me, well, mouthing the words that he loved me, infinity times infinity. We would tell one another that we loved each other infinity times infinity every day, and we meant it. No truer words ever spoken between two people. The last thing I remember clearly was Freya screaming for Caleb to watch out. I don't even know what happened. I had the feeling the car was flipping over. I would later find out that it flipped 3 times before landing roof up. As I'm asking myself, why am I looking up at the sky? Wouldn't that mean I'm on my back? And my body, why is it exploding in pain? Throughout all of the pain and grief and fear, there was Caleb's body on top of mine, whispering in my ear, "Baby, please, just stay awake. Keep your eyes open. There's an ambulance on the way. Baby, please stay awake." I couldn't. My entire world was enveloped in black, and I passed out. I woke up almost 5 days later. Numerous broken bones, broken wrists, 3 broken ribs, and a fractured eye socket. Declan was fine. He had a few scrapes and bruises, same with John. Freya immediately came to my side and hugged me. She was crying into my chest, which hurt. She had a cast on her left leg and her right arm. First thing out of my mouth was, "Where's Cal?" Declan wouldn't even look at me. John started to cry as Freya knelt beside me and touched my cheek. "There was an accident," she whispered. "Cal went out a hero," Declan whispered when I looked at him, and I asked him what the hell he was talking about. He gave me a shocked look like he expected me to remember what happened. Freya asked me what was the last thing I remembered. I told her, leaving the church, people throwing confetti and rice at us, being happy. John just gave a loud sob and said, "He doesn't remember what happened. He doesn't remember the accident, Frey." Declan knelt down beside me and told me everything that happened. There was an accident. Some drunken idiot swerved in front of us in a panic, and in order to prevent an accident, Caleb swerved the car really hard, causing it to roll over, making impact with the car that he was trying to avoid as it hit his side. At the time, I didn't know that Caleb didn't have a seatbelt on, and the memory of him on top of me with the car, it came back. I started to see with blurry vision, and I realized my husband was gone. He risked his own life because it's just the type of dude my brother was, Declan said. I turned to my best friend and I beg her. I beg her to tell me that this isn't real. I break down, I start to cry. There's no consoling me. It was hard for me growing up gay, thinking that I would never meet someone, knowing that my family disowned me for the very fact of me wanting to live a true life. And then I met Caleb, this kind, gentle guy who actually seemed to want to spend time with me, to want to get to know me better, And I took all of that love that I had inside of me, and I gave it all to him. And now I was back where I started, alone, broken. The hardest part of all of this was realizing that by the time I woke up, Caleb's funeral had already gone and passed. I didn't even get to say goodbye. I didn't even get to be there. His parents kept apologizing for having the funeral while I was unconscious. I kept telling them that it was fine, that it was okay. But deep down inside, I was a wreck. I cried almost every night, and to tell you the truth, I never really stopped crying. To say I loved Caleb is an understatement. Love is too small a word to describe what I felt about him, what I still do. And now here's the part of the story where shit gets really weird. Over the last 5 years, I've managed to get my PhD and overall try to be happy. I haven't taken my ring off. Every time I try, something always stops me. During the height of the pandemic, that's when shit got really weird. One morning, I decided that I was going for a run. I started to make a protein smoothie for before and after I got back, and while I was using the blender, putting my blueberries and bananas inside, I heard Caleb's voice. It shocked me at first because I wasn't sure if I heard what I had heard. Then when I turned the blender off to listen more carefully, I heard it again. "Babe, have you seen my keys?" I stepped back from the blender and covered my mouth. There were tears burning in my eyes. For context, you should know Caleb was always losing his keys. I wiped my tears away and told myself, "Smith, it's just your grief, bitch. Chill the fuck out." I went for my run, came back, and nothing else happened. Cut to that same night when I'd gotten out of the shower, put my pajamas on, and gotten into bed. I heard my front door open and close. I heard shuffling in the living room, and I immediately grabbed my Bowie knife. "Babe." I dropped the knife and stepped back. There's no fucking way this is happening again. The minute I reached for the door, my front door opened and slammed, which made me jump, of course. But then I got a little angry. Then I got really angry. I'm a big believer in the paranormal. Even as a scientist, I know that some things can't be explained by science. But I know Caleb, and I know that he wouldn't try to scare me like this. He wouldn't do this shit to me. So I started reading paranormal stories. I wanted to know what the hell was going on. Then I came across something called a mimic. Every story that I'd ever read while doing research correlated with my paranormal activity, verbatim. And I knew it was not my husband. Then one night when I was in bed going over notes for work, boring lab stuff, I heard the door slam, which I found out was the door to my bathroom. I calmly looked up, got out of bed, stood direct while I tried to portray confidence, and I said very loudly, "Look, bitch, don't be slamming no doors you ain't paying for." And you're probably not going to believe me when I say that that's what I said, but I'm very bossy. I don't like anyone in my space disrespecting my stuff, and I'm not afraid to tell someone off. Boy, was that a huge mistake. After that, things escalated quickly. There were footsteps at night, things going missing and reappearing in the strangest of places. And then there was our wedding photo. It was supposed to be on my nightstand, but every morning when I woke up, it was in the middle of the floor of my living room. The knocking, the voices at night, it all started to ramp up. It's been 5 months of this. Cut to present day, September 2023. I started to get really depressed, and that's when I started to hear Caleb's voice again. It was small things at first. Usually I'd just hear him call me babe or ask me a question. I would ignore him, and then I would go into my bathroom and cry for hours. It was not the reprieve from grief that I thought I needed. It was making shit worse. So I called over my sisters, Soraya and Simone, and needless to say, they didn't really believe me. They thought I was grieving, and they weren't wrong, but I had to explain to them that I know what grief is. but that I've heard enough stories from my favorite YouTube channel to know what this is. Soraya laughed and looked at me, saying, "Really, YouTube? Are you really going to base your grief off of a scary YouTube story that you heard?" I kicked them out, and I went about my day. I don't speak to my parents, so there was no help that I could get from any outside source. That night, I heard it again, Caleb's voice. This time I was coming from the hallway from the bathroom. The light was turned on, so I couldn't understand why there was a voice coming from in there. This thing really likes to call me babe. I shuddered when I heard it, and I stopped down the hallway and slammed the door shut. I made one last desperate plea, which I really wish I would have just kept my mouth shut. "Look, bitch, I've just about had it with your mimicking bullshit. I know you're not Caleb, and I would really like for you to get the fuck out of my house, considering the fact that you're not even fucking paying rent here, and you're staying here for free. So please fucking leave." Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said that I was pretty angry at this point. I had to make myself laugh in this situation, otherwise I was going to keep thinking that I was fucking insane. That was the moment that not only did my lights turn off, and my phone, but there was banging throughout my entire loft. It was the doors and the windows. My neighbor, who's a good friend of mine, his name is Levi. He came by the loft. Well, he barged into my loft, to put it perfectly accurately. "Smith, are you okay?" he asked. Once he entered the loft, the knocking only got louder. Levi is Jewish, and I should start off by saying that we experienced a Dybbuk haunting in college, so I knew that he'd believe me. I told Levi what was happening, and he let me stay at his place for the night. Once I closed the door to my loft, the knocking stopped. When I stepped away from the door, Levi and I both heard Caleb yell, "And stay out." Levi turned to me slowly and said, "Smith, am I high, or did I just hear your dead husband's voice?" Through my tears, I smiled and appreciated him making me laugh after not having done so in so long. I turned to him and smiled and said, "Levi, you're always high, but yes, this is what I've been dealing with." Cut to a few days later when I finally returned home. Nothing else happened for a while. That was until John and Declan decided to pay me a little visit. I'm glad to know that I wasn't the only one who heard him, but the look on Declan's face when he stepped into the loft and heard Caleb's voice, it broke my heart. We all heard him when he said, "There's my 3 favorite guys." John, being the emotional wreck that he already was, sobbed, "Cal, is that you?" Declan stepped out of the apartment and looked at me. "You're playing a joke on us, right?" he asked. When he saw me crying, he knew that I wasn't doing that. John looked around and suddenly noted out loud that it got colder in the loft. Once again, Declan stepped back inside. He heard it again. "Long time no see, little bro." He walked right up to me and gave me a big bear hug. He whispered in my ear, "I believe you, but that is not my brother." "I know," I whispered back, "but I still don't know what to do." Declan took out his phone and his wallet, decided that he was going to call his friend Leah. Leah was a self-proclaimed witch, and I do believe in those things. The witches, I mean. When I first met Leah, she was calm and so sweet. I told her that whoever was in here, I'm sorry, but just let me clarify, the entity in here was not my husband. She smiled when she looked around the loft. "You're a bit of a trickster, aren't you?" she said into the open air. I looked at her like she was crazy, and I let her know that I thought that as well. I turned and I said, "Girl, why are you talking to air?" Leah smiled and laughed so hard that there were tears in her eyes. "Smith, don't worry," she said, coming to me and taking my hands. "We're going to be great friends. We have the same personality. And for the record, bitch, I'm not talking to air because you have a mimic spirit in your house." This made me laugh out loud very hard. I really liked Leah's attitude and her personality. She indeed seemed to match mine. I scheduled another appointment with her, gave her $150 to do a cleansing. At first, she told me not to pay her, that she would do it for free, but I told her to take the money. When she took it, Leah finally heard it. "Babe, no." Caleb's voice was so sad and agonizing. I looked around, and I could feel the tears already streaming down my cheeks. "I can't take much more of this," I whispered. That's when the knocking started again, or rather, the banging, and it didn't stop until Leah and I were both out of the loft. So I decided to stay at a hotel. I picked the same one that Leah was staying at so that we could be together and get to know each other some more. She took me to the store to buy all of the things that she needed for the cleansing. We hung out all day, had lunch, called Freya to have dinner with us. I booked a room. She came over later to have wine and just talk. While we were talking and having wine, I thought to myself, Leah is going to have to leave soon, and Freya can only spend so much time with me. I started to get worried. September 14th, 2023. I went back to get a few things today. It did not go well. The minute I stepped into my loft, I heard it. "Back so soon? You just can't stay away, can you?" I stomped down the hallway into my bathroom and muttered to myself, "Shouldn't have to stay away. This is my loft." When I started to make my way towards the door, I heard a sob, and then Caleb's voice said, "Please don't leave again. You know how much I love you." I turned, and you guessed it, I was crying. "I know how much he loved me," I cried. "And when I get back, I'm going to sage this loft so bad, you won't even be able to breathe in here." At that exact moment, my bathroom door, bedroom door, laundry room door, and guest bedroom door all slammed succinctly. The pounding resumed, and needless to say, I rushed out of there and back to the hotel. I found Leah and Freya talking over drinks. Without even saying a word, Leah looked at me. "Smith, are you okay?" Freya knew something was wrong, so she asked me to talk to her, but I couldn't find the words. Leah looked into my eyes and said, "You went back, didn't you?" I nodded. She was starting to compile a list of other things that she would need from the store, and that's when she turned to me and said, "Smith, I'm starting to think that this isn't a mimic. What you just told me is something much more menacing." I turned to her and I told her I agree, that I definitely knew it wasn't my husband. I started to cry again, and I haven't stopped since. You should consider my story if you ever have a problem with a mimic. Never piss it off. Never try to challenge it. It's 12:55 a.m. and I'm writing this in my hotel room. Freya opted to stay with me, so I'm writing this while staring at her sleeping, snoring form in my spare bed. I couldn't be more grateful. I'll keep you all posted with any updates, and I'll definitely be posting what happens after the cleansing. Thanks for reading, and thanks for everyone in the community for all your support. So my dad told me a pretty crazy story involving him, my Uncle Joey, and a household name I'd only ever known as Pablo. Until a while back, I had no idea what the beef was. I just knew Pablo as the butt of a lot of Uncle Joey's jokes. Anyhow, I knew my dad could tell the story best, so I asked him to write it out for me several weeks ago. And yay, he finally did it. I've attached his email with the story here. Thanks for sharing. Hey, honey. Sorry it took me so long to get you this story, but here you are. Back when me and your Uncle Joey were in high school, there was a kid named Pablo in our group of friends. He was like Joey's secret arch rival. They would always be in competition over girls, pinball, even who could eat more pizza in a single sitting. I'll never forget having to sit and watch Joey and Pablo lightheartedly go, slice for slice, on a large meat pizza, and then another. Joey would end up winning that one when Pablo had to exit the establishment before our table became a biohazard. Their rivalry made no sense, but it existed strong between the two of them all throughout high school. Our junior prom rolls around and Joey and I got matching plum purple 3-piece suits. We're looking good with our dates, getting ready to leave the dance when Pablo walks up to me and sheepishly asks if he and his date could get a ride home that night. Pablo's car had a flat, and the spare was already in use from when Joey had shot it with a dart in archery class a few days prior. Needless to say, Joey owed Pablo this favor. The car Joey was driving at the time was a small Ford Pinto. Me and my date were already squished in the back on the ride there. Adding another 2 passengers was going to make it next to impossible to fit in there. Pablo suggests that he could ride in the trunk if his date was able to squeeze herself between the two of us in the back. We probably looked like a circus clown car trying to load in, but we all managed to fit. When we're on the road, Joey starts to speed up and whip the car from left to right. Me and the girls are packed like sardines in the back seat, but behind us, Pablo's getting bounced back and forth off the walls. The trunk of the Pinto isn't really a trunk. It's basically an open floor behind the back seats and a big square rear window. Finally, he starts screaming at Joey to knock it off, and Joey pretends not to know what Pablo's freaking out about. They get to a red light, and Pablo's able to regain his balance and starts leaning past me and the girls, pointing and cussing at Joey. Then, Joey starts turning around and cussing at Pablo, calling him a pussy, telling him to calm down. They're at it like this until Joey's girlfriend Renee just starts shrieking from the front passenger seat. But her screaming has nothing to do with what the boys are fighting about. She's staring at a large black mass that's standing outside Joey's side window. When me and the other girls turned to see it, we all started screaming too. It's enough to finally interrupt the original shouting match that was taking place, and Joey turns around, confused. He looks at Renee, and then he turns to look out of his window. I see both the left and the right passenger windows get smashed in. The figure that was standing outside Joey's window was now reaching in and fighting with Joey. Someone else had apparently been on Renee's side too that we didn't see, because as Joey's getting his ass beat over there, Renee's getting dragged through the broken window by her hair out onto the street. Joey's car door gets forced open, and the same thing happens to him next. Some dirty old man sticks his head into the car and sees us crammed in the back. His head leaves the car and his arms replace the open space. In his hand is a literal sawed-off shotgun. The face that briefly dipped into the car did not look like someone trained in the art of gunsmithing. If he pulled that trigger, we were all getting sprayed, and he was probably going to lose his hand in the process. With his other hand, he starts pounding on the roof of the car, shouting, "Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!" Ellie pops Renee's vacant seat forward, and we follow her out of the passenger side door. There's another bald man in a flannel with what looked like a leg of wooden chair held against his chest like a sword. My girlfriend's the last one out, and when she hits the pavement, both men jump in the car and crank it into gear. Lying in the street, we watch it peel out and speed into the darkness, with Pablo still in the trunk, pounding on the rear glass. It was absolutely unreal what we had just witnessed, what had just taken place. We were all sitting there dazed until Joey hopped up and started running, looking for a payphone or an open business. Around the block, he found a bar that would let us use their phone. We called the police and our parents. The bartender gave us French fries while we waited for everyone to arrive. I remember that because it was really nice. One of the nicer parts of the night, obviously. It would be basically 2 whole days before we would hear from Pablo. Those men had taken him back to a hotel and planned on using him as a hostage, but Pablo actually escaped on the second night when the men passed out. Once he got out, he ran straight to the front desk and told them everything. And I remember he was still in his prom outfit when his parents picked him up and brought him home. Those 2 men were arrested, but Joey wasn't able to get back the Pinto because it had to be used as evidence in other crimes those men had committed that night. So, you would think some crazy doodle like this would bring Pablo and Joey closer together through some sort of bonding and trauma, right? Not in the slightest. Maybe now you just understand their beef a bit deeper. Uncle Joey did love that car. Okay, kiddo. Sorry again this took so long. You know your father. He's a talker, not a writer. Love ya. I'm a 23-year-old female and I work at Rue 21 in a big outlet mall. On the weekends, we don't close until 10 and I sometimes leave my car there while going out with my friends. They usually drop me off at the end of the night and I go home from there. This past weekend, we stayed out later than usual. I didn't make it back until almost 3:30, and mine was the last car in the parking lot. I'm also a smoker, not a drinker, and I wasn't high when they dropped me off. Best to get that established up front. I was, however, pretty tired. So I scrolled through Instagram while drinking a coffee to wake up a little. I'd only been there for a few minutes when a soft tapping on my passenger side window scared me half to death. The street lamp provided enough light to identify the shape of a young boy from the nose down, but the rest of him was cut off by the top of the door. I watch a lot of true crime, so a kid coming up to my car in the middle of the night had me on edge right away. The fact I didn't hear him coming was also a pretty bad sign. I didn't even have the radio on yet. He must have been deliberately stealthy on his approach. I've seen plenty of horror stories where people use kids as a lure, so all this made me do was check the locks, which were thankfully engaged. Just in case, I called out, "Are you okay? Do you need me to call the police?" He didn't move or respond. Next, I asked him to back up so I could see his face while we talked, but he still didn't move or speak. That was all I needed in order to leave with a clear conscience. I reached down to get my keys from my purse and dropped them on the floorboard. When a second child tapped on my driver's window, I nearly jumped out of my seat. Then, once I saw its face, I screamed bloody murder. A ghostly, pale girl with solid black eyes, who appeared no older than 7, was staring at me, as if I were some strange foreign creature. I frantically felt for my keys while looking from one kid to the other. My eyes were filled with tears, so they were just blobs at that point, but I needed to know that they weren't moving. When my fingers finally closed around the ring, I hurried to start the engine, and my headlights turned on to reveal 2 more black-eyed children standing in front of my car. I screamed again as I reversed from the parking lot and ran over a curb in my haste. None of the children moved an inch while I did so I didn't pause to turn my car around until I was on the other side of the mall. I had purposely parked where the cameras wouldn't see how late I returned. My boss can be pretty judgy, but I checked the recordings on Monday anyway. I'd hoped that something would have at least picked up which direction the kids came from, but I couldn't find any sign of them on the footage. I can't explain what happened. I just know I'm not leaving my car at work anymore. At my high school, there was one building that was older than the rest. It was the smallest building on campus, and by the time I went there, it was only used for woodshop and mechanics, 2 classes I never took. Rumor had it that the bathrooms over there were disgusting and horrifying, and that if you were between portables and the newer buildings, you might as well hold it and keep going. Avoid at all costs was sort of the mantra. Easy enough, each building has ample bathrooms that weren't so far away from each other. It was possible. Easy enough until junior year. Junior year, my boyfriend was in mechanics, 6th period. Since I had a free period, I would visit him in that building all the time. The teachers in these areas were, for lack of a better word, more chill. They didn't care about your hall passes, if you should or shouldn't be there. They just care that you wore safety gear while you were inside the actual shop. One day, I'd already made my way to the shop. I'd already put on the gear and realized I had to pee. I remembered the lore behind this horrific bathroom, but I figured, how bad could it be? I gave a wave to my boyfriend and headed towards the bathroom. It sat between the mechanic shop and the wood shop, tucked in the back of a hallway lined with small lockers for students to hold their belongings. The first thing I wasn't a fan of was how cold it was in there, and that the lights didn't automatically turn on like the other bathrooms. It was old, all right, but all in all, I wasn't seeing what the big deal was. Once I got the lights on, I didn't see anything that stuck out as immediately more disgusting than any other public restroom. I even felt comfortable putting my goggles on the counter. They looked clean. So I go about my business, and as I'm finishing up, I hear the sound of hard plastic bounce and hit the tile floor, followed by a couple of distinct footsteps. Naturally, I freeze because, what the fuck? I lean down as far as I can from my seated position and confirm the sound was my goggles hitting the tile, but I didn't see anything to explain the footsteps. Not gonna lie, I was creeped out, so I sped things up and got myself into a slightly less vulnerable position. As soon as I flushed the toilet, the lights went out. At first, I assumed it was a timer or something, but the more I stood there in the dark, I questioned my own logic. They weren't like the other buildings. This had to be my boyfriend fucking with me. Looking under the stall wouldn't do me any good now in the dark, so I jumped out of the bathroom stall in an attempt to scare my boyfriend or whatever other creep was inside. Nobody screamed, so I lunged for the light switch and turned the lights on, only the switch was still flipped upwards. The lights should have been on. I quickly opened the door to see if anyone else was around, but it was empty, and all the other lights in the building were on. It was quiet. Then, I heard the sound of rushing water, the sound of a toilet flushing. It scared me so much that I literally just ran out of the bathroom and towards the end of the hallway. I turned around and just stood there for a moment. I thought if someone else was there that they would walk out any second, and then I could just move on. After a couple of minutes, I figured I might as well go check it out, grab my goggles, wash my hands, see who the fuck was in there. The first thing I noticed was the light switch was now flipped down. Maybe I did that in my panic. I couldn't remember, so I flipped them on. They did as lights should do and turned on. I grabbed my goggles and noticed that all of the stall doors were open. Before washing my hands, I thought, let's just see if maybe one of these toilets is an automatic flush. I can accept faulty wiring or poor plumbing. Except not. They were all the same toilet. The bathroom was old, and for all I knew, these were the original toilets. Nothing automatic or fancy about them. Washing my hands, I was still trying to run through any and all possibilities in my head. I decided that I would stay in there for a moment, see if the lights did the same thing. I walked into the same stall and sat there for a while. I got my phone out and set a timer for 5 minutes. I knew that was far too long, but figured it was better safe than sorry. Sitting there, even in the light, I decided there was something horrifying about this bathroom. It just had nothing to do with its hygiene. The light stayed on, but as I sat in silence, I started to hear small sounds. I wasn't imagining them. I could hear the sounds of the shop in the distance, people laughing, metal clinking, but I also heard footsteps from within the bathroom, the unmistakable sound of someone walking. And this time, I realized it was 3 steps clearly, and the 4th one faded out. I was so entranced by this realization that I forgot to be scared for a moment, until my alarm went off, causing me to nearly drop my phone in the toilet. I managed to save it that time, but moments after, before I could leave the stall, I felt someone tap my shoulder. It was so clearly the feeling of someone's finger tapping me that I screamed. I proceeded to actually drop my phone in the toilet. Retrieving the phone became my new focus. I grabbed my phone, dried it off the best I could before leaving, but I listened once more. I heard nothing. I was pissed that I hadn't thought to record it before my phone became waterlogged, and I was pissed about the phone too. I stomped out of the bathroom and went to tell my boyfriend what had just happened, but the whole class was gone. I walked through the shop and towards the back outdoor garage. The entire class had been out there for at least 10 minutes. They were working on oil changes today, so my boyfriend, along with a few others, were currently under the shop vehicles working. I decided to cut out and head back to the main building towards the library. I still couldn't believe everything that had happened. I texted my boyfriend that he could find me at the library, and eventually he did. I finally told him everything, and instead of taking me seriously, he laughed and said that they all assumed I was just taking a shit. I was not impressed, so I basically kept my little ghost story to myself after that. And honestly, truly, secretly wished that someday, whatever it was, would scare the shit out of him too. Unfortunately, I never got that satisfaction, and something tells me that even if something did happen, none of those guys would have ever said a word. Either way, that place was haunted or something. I stuck to using any other bathroom for the remainder of my high school career, because sure, it's fun to think about now, but at the time, it was scary as fuck. Always been curious if anyone else ever experienced anything there. It's been up and running for a long time. I've also wondered if I just so happened to talk to the one guy too stupid to realize if something was haunted or not. Who knows, but thanks for reading. I live in an old house that was built in the 1940s. We've always had weird noises, but that's normal for homes like this, even when they don't have 5 cats. We're also skeptics, so we've never had a reason to think differently, until my nephew stayed with us last weekend. Dylan is 3, and things got weird within the first couple of hours of his arrival. The living room, kitchen, and dining room are all one big open area, with the TV sitting on an entertainment center that separates the two halves. My husband and I were on the couch sitting directly across from the television, and Dylan was playing with his toys next to my feet. Suddenly, there was a noise in the dining room that sounded like something falling off the counter. It startled him, so I explained that it was just one of the cats. A few minutes later, I noticed that he was still staring at the same spot, and he looked really frightened. I asked if the mean kitties scared him, and he said, "No, that man." We have a tall corner shelf at the far end of the dining room, so, thinking that he might be seeing that, I walked over and turned on the light. Then I pointed to the shelf and asked if that's where the man had been. Dylan shook his head and pointed to a counter on the opposite wall instead. I asked if the guy was still there, and he said no, so we let it go. It was his first time staying with us, so we figured he just wasn't used to the new environment. A few hours later, I was reading Dylan a story for bedtime when he suddenly started crying and pointing at the door. I didn't see anything, but he was too upset to be faking, so I turned on the lights and checked the hallway. When I asked what scared him, he said it was the man again. I did my best to get a description and learned that the guy was old, like Granddad, short and angry. I asked why he seemed angry, and Dylan scrunched his face into a scowl. We took that to mean that he was trying to imitate the man's expression, but I still wasn't sure if this was all one big game or if he really saw someone. I called my sister to see if he had ever done something like this before, and she swore that he's never even had an imaginary friend. She thought that he was playing some kind of game and said not to worry about it, but I think she just wanted me to get off the phone. The next morning, I found Dylan hiding under his blankets. Apparently, the man kept him up most of the night by knocking on the wall and stomping in the hall. Once again, I explained that it was just cats being cats. He's never actually been in a house with pets before, so my husband and I decided that he simply wasn't used to it. The day went on and Dylan's mood improved drastically, especially after putting him down for a nap in our bed. But that evening, we all settled into the living room for another movie, and I caught him staring into the kitchen again. He was shrinking back against the couch like he was trying to pass through it. Hoping to ease his mind before bedtime, I turned on all the lights and said, "See? There's nothing." But that's where I stopped, because one of the drawers suddenly slid open by itself. There was no cat anywhere near us, and our floors are not so unlevel that drawers randomly slide open. We've lived here for 6 years, and that has never happened. Thankfully, my husband saw it too, or I would have thought I lost my mind. I immediately closed the drawer back, but it slid open again as soon as I walked away. Dylan began crying and wanted to go home. His parents wouldn't return until late the following night, so we let him stay in our bed, and he slept fine. We didn't, but he was fine. Not gonna lie, we were all pretty on edge the next day. My husband and I were both flinching at every noise, even the ones that clearly were caused by the cats. As we got within the final hour of Dylan's stay, we were checking my sister's location every few minutes. Just when I really began to think that something else would happen, our bedroom door creaked open several inches, just wide enough for someone to stick their head in. Sure enough, Dylan ran to me crying. The old man was watching us from the bedroom. And he didn't like it. Believe me, none of us liked it. My husband shut the door, and thankfully, it stayed shut. My sister arrived 20 minutes later, and Dylan was ready to go. I'd never seen him move that fast. When I told her everything over the phone that night, she said that he's never afraid when he's stayed with her in-laws or our parents, and he hasn't seen anything remotely similar to this on TV. She thinks we have a real ghost, but I don't know what to believe. I can't explain how Dylan saw a man near a drawer that opened by itself. That's the one that really gets me. Various arguments can be made for the rest, but the drawer is something else. It's been a few days since everything happened, and my nephew hasn't seen the man again, so I'll take that as a win unto itself. My husband and I haven't seen anything overtly paranormal either, but we're still jumping at every sound, and there are long periods when we feel as if we're being watched. I know we're probably extra paranoid too, so that's why we wanted to share our story to see what others think. I should also mention, 4 of our cats have always behaved in such ways that we would never think anything else was here. But since trying to research this topic, I've read that some believe animals can see things we can't. That being said, most of our cats seem fairly oblivious, except for Twitch, and believe me, he earned his name. We found him on the side of the road when he was only a couple of months old. No sign of a mother or siblings, and we brought him home. Since he's gotten here, he'll randomly cower from thin air or attack nothing. You know how cats will belly crawl up to something they aren't sure about and kind of smack it and run away in one motion? He does that a lot, but to nothing. At one point, we were worried enough to take him to our vet, and we said that he was having hallucinations. She agreed it didn't sound normal, but lots of expensive tests later, he got a clean bill of health, and we accepted that he was just a quirky cat. Now, I'm wondering about that again, too. I don't know. I guess that's everything, though. So thanks for listening, and all advice is greatly appreciated. When I was a kid, we lived next to a really big creek, and my dad would regularly take me to swim or look for fossils. We were in a rural area, so there weren't any other houses or people around. I'm not sure it has an actual name, but we always called it Riley's Creek, even though we have no clue who Riley is. My favorite area was a big swimming hole beneath an old bridge. For the most part, you could walk through the water anywhere you wanted and never go deeper than your ankles. But this was one of those sweet spots. I'm a lover of all animals, so I always paid attention to noises around me. Raccoons and deer were a common sight, but I was mostly looking for beavers. I enjoyed helping them build their dams, but Looking back, I'm now realizing I probably did more harm than good. If nothing else, I'm sure they didn't appreciate my scent in their territory. Oh well, this isn't about beavers. This is about something much larger that I still can't identify. While I played in the swimming hole, Dad looked for fossils, but then he realized his beeper was still in the truck. It was so much faster for him to simply run back and get it rather than dragging me along. Some of the terrain was pretty rugged for an 8-year-old, and he had to carry me for those sections. Ultimately, he decided that I could be alone for a few minutes. It was the 90s after all, so he went without me. From where I sat in my big swimming hole, he had to walk up a steep hill to my left. On my right was the forest, and there was no place to get out on that side. Just a steep embankment and the overgrown tree line. It's important to understand we're discussing two completely opposite directions. It was impossible for my dad to be in the woods, especially so fast. He was only out of my sight for a minute, probably less, when his voice called my name from the forest next to me. I was looking up the steep embankment and into the branches of the overhanging trees, rather than actually seeing into the woods. So I was completely blind from my spot. At first, I assumed I heard wrong, that Dad had simply returned to take me with him after all, but I didn't see him while crawling out of my swimming hole. I stood with my back to the dense forest and watched the place that Dad should have been standing, but there was still no sign of him. Then I heard, "Hey, Emma." It was definitely behind me, and definitely his voice. But the way he said it, it was weird. The inflection made it sound like a question, as if he wasn't sure it was me. But who else would it have been? When it happened, I turned around with a startled cry and scanned the area with desperate urgency. But the only thing I saw were jumbles of green and brown. I moved a few feet further down, but came to a dead stop when a pair of footsteps also began walking through the woods in the same direction. They stopped when I stopped, and as I turned back to the forest, I saw something too big to be human move behind a tree. It was on 2 legs, and there are no bears out in our area. And even if there were, that wouldn't have explained how it spoke. It called my name once more, only that time it sounded angry. I didn't want to stay there anymore. I wasn't sure how long Dad had been gone, but he should have at least been on his way back now. I thought if I raced to the truck, I would run into him sooner rather than later, but then I worried whatever was in the woods might chase me, and I wasn't sure how fast I could get up that hill. It was steep and overgrown with sticker bushes. I'd always needed help getting up and down. In the end, I settled for slowly backing away as quietly as possible. If it turned out that I had to run anyway, I wanted as much of a head start as I could possibly get. All the while, my eyes never moved from the tree where I saw the figure disappear. I'd gone 3 or 4 yards when it suddenly stepped out from its hiding spot, and I had a clear view. It looked like a deer standing on its hind legs, but with arms and hands. It had antlers, but its head was mostly human-shaped aside from its nose and mouth. I mean, I was a terrified child, so maybe the face can be explained by a mask. But there was something really wrong with its body. I only saw it for a few seconds before breaking into a full run, and I didn't start screaming until it dropped into the water with a loud splash. I had just made it to the bottom of the hill and was starting my way up when my dad appeared at the top. Out of breath, with a wild look in his eyes, he saw that I was clearly in a state of total panic, but couldn't figure out why. When he failed to scream and run away, I looked back to see that the creature was gone, or hiding, and I didn't want to be there when it came out again. Dad didn't want to leave without knowing what had happened, and he's an extremely logical man. I wasn't playing the game where he made me look under the bed to prove that nothing was there. So I said that a weird man tried to get me to follow him into the woods. We left really fast after that, and we didn't go back again, which was fine with me. I've never actually told him the truth just because I know that he wouldn't believe me. He would say that I just let my overactive imagination ruin one of my favorite places. But I know what I saw. That thing had antlers and stood on 2 legs. I was done with that creek. Period. Hey there. I'm a night janitor at a hospital, and I spend most of my time at work listening to creepypasta narrations. But I've recently found this channel, and I thought it would be fun to send in one of my stories about this place. We've got plenty of ghosts, but after working here a while, you get used to them. For the most part, no one's ever experienced anything malicious, just the friendly or curious types of spirits. In the 5 years I've been working there, only one incident has really frightened me, and it just happened last week. One of the places I'm responsible for cleaning is the morgue. We recently had a man pass away after a late-night motorcycle accident, and his body was still on one of the tables when I went in to clean. It's not uncommon for a few to be left out. If there's no one on duty to check them in, the orderlies will leave them for whoever has the morning shift. It's not really like the movies where a head and toe tag are sticking out of each sheet, at least not at our hospital. Those sheets are plenty big enough to cover the whole body, so it's not quite as creepy as you see on TV. Well, not usually. I saw the motorcycle guy as soon as I walked in, and his sheet had fallen to the side, leaving his face and part of his chest exposed. Now, I have a pretty strong stomach. You have to in order to work here, but this guy was messed up. I nearly puked when I saw his face. He only had one eye left, and it stared at me with the little skin left around it. I quickly pulled the sheet back over him, and I went back to work. When I turned to leave, the sheet had not only fallen halfway down his face again, its head was turned to the side, still looking at me. There's no draft or fans blowing in the morgue. Not a single thing could have moved that sheet. I pulled it back over the man for a second time and ran out of there like a scared child. By the time I woke up the following afternoon, I felt pretty silly. What did I know about dead bodies anyway? And that one was so messed up. Who's to say it wasn't just settling or whatever corpses do? I chat with the doctors often, so I wanted to ask that night, but I never quite worked up the nerve. Each way I imagined saying it just made me feel crazy. Either it was a completely normal occurrence that scared me for no reason, or it wasn't normal, and they would think that I'd lost my mind. That's certainly a more logical conclusion than a dead man was watching me. When I made it back to the morgue, I was relieved to see no bodies were left, and set about my work. As I was emptying the trash, I began to hear a soft scratching sound, like something hard scraping a metal surface. I couldn't stand the idea of wondering about it too, so I followed the sound to the freezer drawers. I'm sure you've seen them on TV. The wall of big square cubicles where the bodies are stored until claimed by family. They have metal tables that slide in and out. Yeah, I'm sure you know. It took all of my courage to look inside. The first 2 were empty, but I finally found the right one on my 3rd try. As soon as the door was open, the noise immediately stopped. I had to know if it was the same guy from yesterday. So I pulled out the body just to peek at his face, and had to stifle a scream when I saw an exposed hand sitting atop the white sheet. Most of its flesh was gone, likely removed while sliding down the highway, because it was definitely the motorcycle guy again. I was genuinely sick to my stomach when I confirmed it by viewing his face. His fingers were nothing but bone, which would have been perfect for making the sound I heard. Not wanting to be in there another second, I quickly put everything back as I found it and got the hell out of there. But just as I was exiting, the noise started again. I didn't stop to see how long it lasted. I got back upstairs and didn't say a word to anyone. Thankfully, I was off for the next 2 days, But I do have to go back tonight. Even though the body is probably gone by now, I still have an overwhelming sense of dread. Honestly, I may call in sick. I really can't decide. I should say firstly that I've never harmed any living creature for pleasure. I do have blood on my hands, mostly from my service in the military when I was a younger man. PTSD never goes away. It's an uncontrollable, unconscious reaction from a lifetime of memories lived by another man, a young and naive man, the husk I grew to emerge from. When I discarded my old shell, talks of it could reanimate the corpse to dance in vivid memories so real you'd swear you were there again. Memories I have no interest in revisiting, but I believe prefacing this is necessary in order for the next part to fully make sense. After discharge, I was still active in the Ready Reserve for a few more years. My first wife, Jackie, and I fell in love with the suburbs of D.C. Jackie was a nurse at the Veterans Hospital. I would struggle to hold down stable employment through the first year as a civilian. My mind was damaged, and I was barely functioning. The worst episode occurred when I was working at a Safeway. I was on a knee opening boxes of milk to start stocking in a big refrigeration unit. The cooling fans in there are loud. A coworker walks up behind me to put something in the refrigerator. I don't notice her, but she accidentally knocks over a jar and it explodes. The noise startled me so much that it had triggered a flashback, and I black out. Blacking out is something unreal. At first, my eyes were fixed on brown cardboard. Through the holes, the rows of gold-capped glass jars, each filled with white milk, that would clink and slosh around as I pulled them out. Then, in the blink of an eye, I realize I'm standing. My coworker's back is pressed against my chest. My left arm was holding her like a bear hug, while in my right hand was a box cutter. The door to the refrigeration unit is opened, and in the doorway, shoppers are staring in. In front of them, my boss has his hands up and is walking towards me. My ears fully dial back into frequency, and everything hit me all at once. I instantly released the woman and dropped the box cutter. I was lucky not to have gone to prison that day. They decided not to call the police. My boss served in World War II. He understood the horrors of war, but he could also see that I wasn't fit for normal life yet. As I scrambled to find other work, the offer that we'd previously put down on a house had finally been accepted. Thankfully, Jackie was smart enough with money. She'd stashed away the money in a coffee tin under her vanity for months. We had just enough to move in, but in order for us to continue our residency, I needed to find a job fast. The first couple of months after moving in were the most stressful and put the most strain on me and Jackie's marriage. We did everything in our power to make the house feel like a home, but it just never did. Even with the heat up and the lights on, the cold, dark energy was inescapable. I was drained every morning because I'd be plagued by night terrors almost every night. The dreams I had were also no longer amidst the backdrop of North Vietnam. Instead, the setting began to resemble home, visions of my neighborhood after a catastrophic disaster. The sky above is colored orange from a glow of distant fires, and violence fills the street as neighbors turn on one another for resources. Internalizing my trauma was the worst thing that I could have done for myself and my relationship, but we were both increasingly stressed, both at our breaking points. I kept it from Jackie, in fear of becoming more of a burden in her eyes, further scrutinizing my sanity and ability to provide a stable household. Soon enough, the night terrors would reach a level I've never experienced. I began to question if I was awake or asleep when they decided to haunt me. In our bedroom, we had a walk-in closet with sliding doors. I was reading a book late one night when I heard the wooden doors of the closet quietly rattle. I looked up to see them both gently slide open. I got chills like never before, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck. then my whole body. I'm staring into the closet. The shade of darkness grows deeper the further back my eyes try to focus. Then, from the floor up, the blackest of colors inside the closet begins to morph and take shape, eating every ounce of reflecting light. It resembled a slow-rising plume of smoke, or vines, as it started to grow into a human shape. The figure was female, and the smoke she grew from continued to fall through the ground like an endless dress. I did the only thing that I thought I could do, the only thing that I used to do when I'd see images of war, and that was to close my eyes tight, try to fall asleep before they became too real. I'd come to find out that that was only the entity introducing herself to me. She would be a fixture in my peripherals during the day and night. I would see her take form in the corners of the room, but I would never interact or look over. She looked like what I used to see during active duty. The ghosts of men you killed in battle that day follow you on your march back to the barracks. With the moon at our backs, our shadows in front of us would be joined by other shadows. Sometimes you could outrun them. Sometimes they'd run with you. Observations everyone in the platoon experienced, but didn't always share out loud. The first winter Jackie and I spent in our house was bitterly cold. A new pipe would burst seemingly once a week, and I'd have to crawl under the house to fix it. I hated getting down there in the crawl space. That's when I'd be tormented by this female entity. I could feel her crawling around with me, faster than I could move. My flashlight would catch her as I swiveled for tools. I'd suppress my fear just enough to keep my hands from shaking as I finished the job. Then, that same winter, we receive a call from Jackie's sister. She'd sustained a pretty extensive injury slipping on ice. Jackie would need to stay with her through the new year to help out. Jackie had to catch 2 buses to get to work every day. She and I would talk on the phone every night, and I would visit her on lunch breaks, but it wasn't the same. We missed each other more than we knew. Ironically, I think this time apart made us appreciate each other more. I filled my time with odd jobs around town, doing my best to stay out of the house as long as I could, before having to return in the evening. I was alone, but I wasn't. It was impossible not to feel like I was constantly being stalked within the confines of my home. Out the window, I watched my neighbors hang up Christmas lights without a care in the world. The gutters and doors of my house remained bare. No wreath, no tree, no decorations. There was no point in wasting the effort if I was going to be the only one pretending to enjoy it. With Jackie coming home for the new year, I decided to stop feeling sorry for myself and spruce the place up a little bit. I picked up some candles that were festively scented, some new blankets for the couch, all of our favorite foods. It was important to ring in the new year correctly, I thought. However, once Jackie got home, she told me that being with her sister had been stressful, yes, but she also felt relief. Relief from her night terrors, relief from the shadows. At first, she thought that I was offended because I hadn't said a word, but I wasn't offended. I completely understood. I told her as much, finally, and then we officially started swapping stories. I learned her dreams were slightly different from mine. She described chaos similar to mine, but also personal nightmares like losing a limb, watching me die horrific deaths over and over. The most unsettling, yet reaffirming of all, she also described the same figure, and she confirmed she'd seen the figure while she was awake. She was folding clothes in the living room, watching TV, but she had that intense feeling like she was being watched. Glancing towards the hallway, she focused on the darkness, feeling that it was darker than it should be. Then she saw it. The black plume formed the shape of a woman, cloaked in continuous darkness. Jackie said she froze and just closed her eyes tightly, praying that it would go away. When she opened her eyes, it was gone. Being at her sister's, she said, It felt as though a giant weight had been lifted. She believed the weight to be our house. We both couldn't believe that we'd kept it from one another, but I guess I understand it from both sides. At first I thought we felt better, having it all out in the open. We were motivated to try and figure out what to do about this feeling, what to do about the house. And I wish that we'd made it that far, but for several reasons. Some I can explain, others I can't. Everything really did start to fall apart. Our careers, the house, our relationship itself. We had no time to do much of anything except for work and try to get some sleep in between doing so. Night terrors continued. Shadows intensified, manifesting in more places than just the closets, the hallways, the corners. It was everywhere. This figure haunted us until we surrendered. Jackie and I ended up filing for divorce after we sold the house. There was no bitterness there, but we were both exhausted. We didn't stay close, but we ran into each other maybe 6 years after the divorce at a mutual friend's funeral. I wasn't going to bring it up, but Jackie did, asking me if I ever saw that figure again. Honestly, I hadn't thought about it. In fact, I was sure that I hadn't thought about it since the moment we sold that house. And she said the same thing. Until Jackie, I always assumed all of my nightmares were my own. Any horror I experienced, I assumed, was superficial or the result of recalling a more horrific time. Though I don't know exactly what we experienced, I at least know that I wasn't alone in that one. I'm a 38-year-old female, and I just lost my grandmother a few weeks ago. She was very sick at the end and required round-the-clock care. Our family doesn't have a whole lot of money, so my siblings and I took turns staying with her. Ultimately, I was the one on duty when she passed, and I was alone with her during those final hours. We'd had so many false alarms that we had all said our goodbyes multiple times and decided that there was no need to continue congregating every few days. For the first part, she wasn't entirely herself anymore anyway. Lucid moments were few and far between, and it caused her a great deal of stress to have a crowd of strangers hovering over her. That last night, however, well, I guess she seemed like herself. She recognized me and knew what year it was. She also remembered that Grandpa died 15 years ago, and that was usually her greatest area of confusion, so I thought she was fully lucid. She always said the best way to take her mind off the pain was good old-fashioned conversation. At the end, especially, her favorite thing to do was just to reminisce with one another. I was especially grateful for these moments. I learned so many things that I'd never known about her, like how she backpacked through Europe after college. You'd think that would be something that she spoke of more often, but she was a bit wild in those days, so I can understand why she wasn't eager to share that particular story with her grandchildren nonetheless. I really thought we were having a lovely moment, but then the conversation shifted to how she met my grandfather. Now, as far as I knew, she had a loving 53-year marriage to the sweetest, gentlest man in the world. He was one of those grandfathers that always slid you a candy when your parents weren't looking, and growing up, my siblings and I had all been very close with him. Whenever we stayed with our grandparents, they always seemed so in love. We definitely never saw them fight. I don't think we ever heard Pops raise his voice, so you can imagine my confusion when Nana's story went from our first date had been the best night of my life to I never dreamed that Satan himself was hiding behind those big hazel eyes. I couldn't believe my ears, but when I tried to speak, she cut me off. No, Brenda, I can't die with this on my conscience. Had she not used my name, or had her words not been so clear, I could have rested easy knowing that they were just mindless ramblings. But this was wholly unlike any of her past episodes. Her eyes were clear, Her tone was sharp, and her expression was deadly serious, but her actual story was so foreign that I felt she was speaking another language. According to her, Pops was a cruel, selfish man who controlled every aspect of her life from the day they said "I do." He alienated her from her friends and family before they had their first child, belittled her when they were alone, and became violent when he drank. But only with her, never the children. She wasn't allowed to have a job either. I'd always thought that she'd chosen to be a stay-at-home mother, but now she was claiming that Pops forbade her from having a career. When my mom and sister were kids, they loved Pops so much that she knew that they would blame her for a divorce, and she couldn't bear the thought of losing them. Bingo nights were one of Nana's few freedoms. For over 30 years, she went every Wednesday and most Sundays. Sometimes she would proudly display a random trifle that she'd won, but they were always small, simple prizes. I think the most expensive thing I saw her with was a $20 gift card for Outback Steakhouse. Well, little did I know that Nana was apparently a bingo legend. She played a lot of cards at once, and she often won. I would have never dreamed that you could win real cash prizes playing bingo, but apparently that's a thing. The most that she ever won was $500, but that was during a rare trip to the city. The games they hold in our area are done on a much smaller scale, but even so, she saved every penny of her winnings for over 30 years. By the end of it, she had almost $20,000 hidden away. The only problem was where she kept it. Nowadays, it's not that difficult to go out and open a secret bank account behind your spouse's back, but things were done differently when Nana had first started squirreling away her money. She didn't have anyone that she trusted enough to hide it for her. She was forced to use the shoebox method. It was hidden in the very back of her closet, buried beneath all the old junk that she could pile on top. Then came the day that Pops returned from work in a new car, one they definitely couldn't afford, and it was filled with presents for the children. Nana was immediately very nervous. She didn't know if he'd gotten a promotion, a new job, but his biggest highs were always followed with even bigger lows, and that one was shaping up to be a doozy. She had learned to play along when these things happened, at least until she could determine his true motives. He never did anything out of kindness. After the kids went to bed, he began pushing her buttons on purpose. You know that thing people do, they say things that they know will upset you, but they do it in a quote-unquote nice way. So when you do finally snap, they can act like you're the asshole. That's the situation she described. Nana was used to ignoring him when he did it, but this time, he kept bringing up her bingo nights, secrets, and lying. The more he talked, the more certain she became that he had found her money, and she was right. It was the worst night of her life, and the first time she ever gave serious consideration to just ending it all. But she had the kids to think about. On the other hand, she also knew that she would never find a way to get that much money again. Pops made damn sure that she never played another game of bingo. Finally, she decided that if her life was over anyway, she might as well take him with her. I don't want to say what she used because I have no idea what kind of people may be hearing this, and I can't live with contributing to a murder. But she poisoned his food every day for weeks, until he became sick. So sick that he couldn't leave bed. Doctors tried a variety of treatments, but nothing seemed to help. Foul play was never even suspected, because as far as anyone knew, including their own children, grandchildren, Pops and Nana had the perfect, loving marriage. In the end, he knew his time was almost up, and he refused to die in a hospital surrounded by doctors that he hated. Nana sat by his side, and only after the rest of the family had left did she confess her betrayal. She said the second Pop's eyes changed to reflect his understanding, his rage, was the proudest, happiest moment of her life. As she relayed this piece of the story, her eyes sparkled, and her scowl relaxed into a great, wide smile. And then she passed from this world. I truly don't know what to think about any of this. I haven't told anyone else because, well, how am I supposed to do that? Will they even believe me? I'm not sure if I even believe me. Seriously, I'm at a total loss here. Any advice would be greatly appreciated, and thank you in advance. Hi, I'm new here, and I don't normally enjoy spooky stuff, but my little sister is kind of obsessed, and she swore that this would be a safe place to share my story. I'm not even sure if it's a good one, but I'm getting pretty freaked out, and I feel like a nutbag when I try to tell my friends about it. I live in a small town where every other building has been named a historical landmark, so all the homes and businesses are extremely old. Many of the bigger houses downtown have been separated into individual apartments, including where I live. It would normally be too expensive for my pay grade, but the landlord offered me a deal that I couldn't refuse for taking the basement quarters. I figured that there was some gruesome murder story behind her generosity, but she said the reduction was to compensate for the lack of cell service. Apparently, all of the concrete does a bang-up job of blocking our reception, unless you leave your phone sitting on the window, which, don't forget, is a tiny rectangle under the ceiling because we're in a basement. But at the end of the day, I was desperate to get my own place, so I took it. I should also add that you can't gain access to any part of the building without knowing the gate code, so it's not like random people can just wander inside. Once you enter, the ground floor and upstairs apartments are in one direction, and the stairs for my place are tucked off to the left. There's nothing down there except for my apartment and an old storage closet, meaning there's no reason for anyone to be on those steps, except for myself and the maintenance man. Just a quick note about that guy. He's an elderly widow who doesn't even live in the building. He takes several days to come around here when there's a problem, and I've never seen him move faster than a snail. I'm not saying that he's not capable of it. I'm just saying it's extremely unlikely that he's responsible for my problems, considering it would be very difficult for him to come and go without being noticed. Each time he appears, every tenant swarms him. When you descend the basement stairs, there's a long hallway with the closet at the end, and my door is on the right about midway down. Every step you take, no matter how soft, echoes, so it's very hard to be stealthy, even if you want to be. Towards the end of my first week there, I was working on my laptop when I heard someone run down the stairs and through the hall. Thinking it must be a kid, I stuck my head out the door to chase them off. Only no one was there. It's a straight hallway. From my door, I have a clear view of each end, and nobody was there. They couldn't have left before I looked either. I'm positive the footsteps were on the closet end of the hall when I got the door open. Ultimately, I decided that it must have been someone upstairs, and I went back to work. After my first month in the apartment and having a few friends over, I became very accustomed to the difference in what it sounds like when someone is descending my steps or the ones above me. The difference in volume alone is unmistakable, but my stairs are also the only ones that make a loud echo. The second incident happened the night before Halloween. This time I heard someone scream before pounding their way down my steps and through the hall. I got to the door just as the steps were passing my apartment, but the second it opened, they vanished mid-stride. I even considered the possibility that they were hiding in the closet, but there were only cleaning supplies inside. Over the next couple of weeks, I put a great deal of effort into befriending one of the tenants. As it turns out, there are no kids living in my building. The lady in the attic apartment sometimes has her grandkids over, but they weren't visiting on either occasion I heard footsteps. It happened for a third time a few days ago. This was the worst one yet, and what prompted me to finally seek advice. There was no scream, but the footsteps sounded louder than ever, and instead of running past my door, they stopped right in front of it. My heart stopped dead in my chest when the banging began. I somehow found the courage to look through the peephole and saw a frightened young woman staring in the direction of the stairs as she continued her desperate knocking. I instantly forgot all about the possibility of ghosts or whatever spooky story I'd created in my mind. That girl was there, outside my door, terrified, but very real, until I actually yanked the door open, and no one was there. Again, there wasn't so much as a trace of the echo left from her insistent knocks. Also, there's no history of mental illness on either side of my family. That's probably a good thing to mention. I just don't understand. Is it possible for just the hallway to be haunted? Because nothing has ever happened inside my apartment, and the other tenants have sworn that they've never experienced anything strange in the building. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Part of me knows that I should try to learn if someone fitting her description has died here, but I really don't want to know the answer. Someone please just tell me what to do. Hello again, Nancy here. A few weeks ago, I asked for help with what many people suggested may be a doppelganger. Just a quick reminder, I have a husband, Kevin, and 3 kids. We live with my mother-in-law, Linda, who's ill, and she has a nurse, Judy, who stays with her in the mornings. As of my original letter, almost every member of my family had seen or heard this thing, and it's only gotten worse since. Our 7-year-old saw it in the middle of the night for a second time, and again, it beckoned her to follow it. She cried for Kevin, but it left before he got there. Now she sleeps on an air mattress in our bedroom. A few nights ago, my sons were in the living room when it called to them from the kitchen. My oldest son texted me. I had popped over to the neighbors and stayed longer than expected, but rushed right home. Again, I found nothing. Its tendency to mess with my kids is what scares me the most. The following week, Linda's health took a turn for the worse, and she spent a few nights in the hospital. I was home alone doing laundry, and while putting a load into the dryer, my own voice called to me from the next room. By this time, I'd heard the term doppelganger and done a little bit of research. There's a lot of conflicting information out there. But one thing I read from multiple sources was that seeing your own doppelganger would be the last thing you ever saw. That also made me really nervous. It continued for a few minutes while I cowered in the utility room, too afraid to leave. Then I thought to call Kevin, and the voice stopped as soon as he answered. He stayed on the phone while I got my keys and went to sit with Linda at the hospital. I didn't return until after picking the kids up from school, and like the other times, everything was normal for a few days. But that Friday, December 1st, the same day we brought Linda home, my oldest, let's just call him Jack, asked if a friend could stay the night. We'd had guests a few times since all of this madness began, and the doppelganger doesn't seem to enjoy performing for others, so I thought it was a good idea. What he failed to mention, however, was that his friend Chris is a horror junkie. He lives for that kind of stuff. At dinner, Chris asked a bunch of questions about the doppelganger, including what we've done to try to get rid of it. But I didn't think anything of it. Of course, the kids have been talking about it, and of course their friends would be curious. It was only natural. Plus, he sounded genuinely curious. He wasn't at all disrespectful, so I did my best to answer his questions. Had I known about his obsession, I would have been a bit more guarded, but it never occurred to me that he was asking because he thought he could help. Well, that little shit brought a Ouija board into our home, and Jack thought that it would be a great surprise to get rid of our unwanted guest. I've received tons of advice since all of this started, and it's hard knowing what to trust. But one of the few things that were universally agreed upon was, don't use a Ouija board. Alas, I didn't learn any of these details until the following morning. But I'll go ahead and tell you about the attempted seance. It took a moment before anything seemed to respond, but once it did, Chris asked if they were speaking to the thing pretending to be Jack's mom. and the planchette slid to yes. Next, Chris asked why, and it spelled L-I-F-E, life. They said it wasn't welcome here and demanded that it leave at once, but nothing happened. They asked if it used to be human and got another yes, but when they asked for its name, there was no response. Again, they said it wasn't welcome and demanded that it leave, and again, there was no response. But they both felt the room suddenly grow colder. Next, they asked if it had died of natural causes, and it responded, no. So they asked if it was murdered. That time, it said yes, and a bottle of water fell from Jack's desk onto the floor. At this point, the boys decided that they'd had enough and put the Ouija board away. Things got so much worse afterwards. Chris went home early the next morning, too afraid to stick around after I learned what happened. Jack didn't want to tell me, but he's an awful liar. When he feels guilty, it's written all over his face. I've never been so angry with him. I had to take a few minutes to collect myself before we could even be in the same room. It was really important to keep my cool, and not just because this doppelganger thing seemed to feed on negative energy. Jack meant well. He wasn't trying to make things worse, and above all, he's just a kid. Kids make mistakes. That's how they learn. It's part of our job to help them through this process, and I can't do that if he's afraid of telling me the truth. Kevin and Linda had an equally difficult time, but we got through his whole story without anyone losing their temper. I did some more Googling and asked Jack if they said goodbye before ending the session. They had not. Again, the research was wildly inconsistent, but some sites suggested it was better late than never, so I made Chris bring the board back and stood over the boys while they finished it properly. Then I gave the kid $50 for it and burned it in the backyard. That's how desperate I've become. The next few days were hell. The doppelganger was heard calling from another room 3 times in 3 days, one of which I heard myself, and Linda saw it pass by an open door Monday morning. We never had so many happen so close together, but that wasn't the worst of it. I don't know if the following incidents were the doppelganger or if there's a new entity in our home. Saturday night, we tried to wind down with a few Christmas movies. Our TV hangs over the fireplace, and the mantel is lined with decorations and a few photos. Out of nowhere, a heavy crystal reindeer fell onto its side. We all saw it, but none of us say anything. The following night, we all woke up to the sound of violent banging on our bedroom door. It was 3:20, and we knew it wasn't the kids. Our youngest is still sleeping on the air mattress in our room, but she leapt onto our bed when the knocking started. She and I huddled in terror while Kevin ripped the door open in anger. Unsurprisingly, no one was there, and the house fell silent. It woke my other 2 kids as well, but they were too frightened to get up. None of us got much sleep the rest of that night. Now it's Monday night on December 4th as I write this. It terrifies me to think what else will occur between now and the time you're hearing it. But many of the things we've read say that we're essentially feeding the entity or entities our energy when we give it attention. For that reason, we've decided on a full boycott. We're not going to react when something happens or talk about it or research it. We're going to pretend nothing is happening and live our lives accordingly. It's either this or moving. We really don't want to leave, but if this doesn't work, we will. I'm not sure if there will be another update after this. If our plan fails, there will be no reason not to write, but if it succeeds, I don't want to mess with it. So, no news will mean good news. I want to go ahead and say thank you all for listening. Those of you who commented, whether it was advice or just words of support, you've made this burden a little bit easier to bear. I wish I could hug each and every one of you. Well, happy holidays, and hopefully you don't hear from me again. I think I purchased a cursed amulet from a homeless lady. We have a large outlet mall where I live, but the main store in the center, it used to be an Old Navy, has been empty for the last 3 years. Sometimes they use it as a weekend flea market, and anyone can sign up for a booth. My wife, Pat, and I have found some great antiques there, so we make it a point to go whenever it's open. This year they did something a little different and opened it for the entire week after Thanksgiving. It was the biggest we've seen yet. The whole building was packed tight with vendors, leaving only a few thin aisles to navigate the stores. As usual, Pat and I split up at the entrance with a plan to meet back at the car. At the end of the first aisle, tucked off into the corner, stood an elderly woman with a wooden tray hanging from her neck. It was like what you'd see the peanut vendors wearing at a baseball game, only this one held a bunch of old jewelry and small trinkets. She had long, stringy white hair, and many of her front teeth were missing. Her black dress was dirty and frayed at the edges, and she had no stockings to keep her legs warm. It was 35 degrees outside and not much warmer inside, but her sandals left most of her bare feet exposed. Her merchandise wasn't particularly appealing, but I wanted to give her some money without insulting her. When I asked about a yellow pendant on a gold chain, she said the amulet was blessed by a priestess and granted the wearer good fortune. I didn't believe her, but I wasn't buying it for the value, so I gave her a 20 and put the necklace in my pocket and wished her a Merry Christmas. The owner of the neighboring record booth had returned, and I spent a few minutes browsing through their collection. Afterwards, I turned back to the old woman for a final farewell, but she was gone. She'd only stood a couple of feet away. I didn't think I was so engrossed with the albums that I would have missed her leaving, but apparently I had. Later at home, I showed my wife the necklace and asked her if she had seen the woman. She hadn't, but she liked the amulet, and I helped her put it on. That night, she woke up a little bit before 4. She was crying, on the verge of hyperventilating, sweating, shaking profusely. I turned on the lights and screamed. Behind her, in the corner, I saw a brief glimpse of a shadow figure before it disappeared. Pat didn't see it. She was staring at me in wide-eyed confusion. Now, even more terrified due to my outburst. I wasn't about to tell her the truth while she was already upset. Pretending to be startled by her disheveled appearance may not have been the best cover, but it worked. She instantly began recounting her nightmare in which she'd woke up to find a tall shadow figure standing over her. It began slowly reaching towards her. She finally forced herself upright and managed to wake up. If I hadn't seen the figure for myself moments before, I would have dismissed it as sleep paralysis. But now, I don't know what to make of it. For the time being, we went back to sleep. And the following morning, I told her what I saw. She was glad that I waited to share the information, but we didn't understand why this was suddenly happening. Pat's childhood home was haunted by a friendly spirit, so she's had encounters before. But this was the first time I had ever personally experienced anything. We also agreed that nothing about this presence felt friendly. It had felt cold and angry. We've lived in our house for almost 3 years without any strange incidents. So we took a closer look at our flea market purchases. Pat had also picked up an antique hand mirror, and I found a gentleman's pocket watch manufactured in 1895, along with a few other suspicious items, but deep down, we felt the blame laid solely with the amulet. We Googled a few cleansing rituals that we tried on everything, just to be safe, and nothing happened for several days. We thought it had worked, but then I got up to use the restroom in the middle of the night, and I saw the shadow figure standing behind me in the mirror. That same night, Pat had another sleep paralysis incident, during which the shadow figure placed its hand on her chest, and she felt an uncomfortable pressure for what seemed like several minutes. Then her alarm went off and it was suddenly morning. Since it was the final day of the flea market, we decided to go back in search of the old lady who sold me the amulet. But we couldn't find any sign of her. We spoke to the other vendors, customers, and even the event coordinator, who was extremely difficult to track down, but no one had a clue who we were talking about. When we returned home, we both saw the shadow figure on the far wall before the light came on. Pat didn't want to go to sleep with the amulet in the house again, but taking the trash to the curb wasn't far enough. We tried to drive to a grocery store about 5 minutes away, but got a flat tire halfway there. It was on the back passenger side, and I couldn't find a reason for the blowout, but I didn't spend too long questioning it. More than anything, I just wanted to get the donut on and be done with that damn amulet. I pulled over as far as the road allowed, but we were on the shoulder of a busy highway. Even though I was careful to keep my body tucked away from traffic, that almost wasn't enough. Had Pat not been watching and screamed when she did, a little blue Toyota would have plowed straight into me. I dove out of the way, and the car swerved just in time to avoid a full collision. The asshole took out our driver's side mirror and kept going. I wanted to file a police report, but Pat was so upset I couldn't bear asking her to stay out there even longer. Likewise, I couldn't stand the thought of driving another mile with that amulet, so I threw it into the woods on the side of the road. Then, I finished the tire as quickly as I could, while stopping each time traffic became too heavy, and we drove home without any further issues. So far, everything's been normal ever since. We haven't seen any more shadow figures, and Pat hasn't had any more sleep paralysis incidents. Hopefully, it stays that way. Yo, what the fuck was just in my yard? I'm reading a book on the couch in the living room. The TV's off. It's currently 1:36 in the morning, and I'm fucking home alone right now. There's this loud clack at the window next to me, like something hard had just hit the glass. So I set down my book and open up the curtains a little bit. I live on the second floor, and the bushes outside are trimmed probably 3 to 4 feet lower than my window. There's this creepy gnome-looking thing sticking out the top of these bushes, looking up into my window. Its eyes were big and shiny black, very thin white ring before the line of his eyelids. I found my phone by feeling around, but I never stopped looking at this thing. When I found it, I tapped the bottom right-hand corner to open the camera. Then, I quickly lifted my arm and zoomed the screen to get a picture, just as it dug back into the bushes, then out the front. Again, I'm home alone right now. My roommates live downstairs. I'm terrified they didn't lock their sliding glass back door, and I'm too afraid to go check. Our living quarters connect between a set of stairs by the front door. We share the front door to leave. I know that door's locked because I locked it when I came in tonight. This thing, it's nowhere outside. I pressed my head against the window, trying to look as far vertically down as I could. But I couldn't find it. It moved incredibly fast. I'm typing this from my phone right now, still sitting on the couch, now intently listening for any movement downstairs. And holy shit, I think I managed to get this thing in a picture. It zoomed in, and it's grainy as fuck. I can't believe how shitty the resolution looks. My phone isn't the oldest, but half-decent light and zoomed in. Here's what you get. Jesus Christ. I circled it in red and outlined it. Like, you can see that, right? It was looking up, directly at me. It was not an animal. Clearly a little person with a tall hat. It used 2 arms with hands and fingers to climb back into the bush. I don't know what to do. As a child, I was always fascinated by the stories my father would tell about growing up in a small town, Flatwoods, West Virginia. He would recount times of roaming through the dense forest at night or during the day with friends. Sure, they had plenty of parks and soda fountains or other relics that they could have enjoyed for the time, but they preferred the wild, as most young men did back then. One story that's not related to the main story I'm going to share is the time my father encountered a black bear about 60 yards from his backyard, which sat on the outskirts of Sutton Lake. My father had been walking around, messing around the tree line with his dog. He'd been out there for hours, and he knew it was time to start heading back, so he called his dog to come, but he was standing in a ready position, staring into the forest. Annoyed, he called again, and just as he turned to make his way back, a low growl echoed through the trees. He slowly turned around, his heart pounding in his chest, and that's when he saw it. A pair of almost gleaming yellow eyes staring back at him from the shadows. It was a sleek, large, and vocal black bear. Its fur bristled as it sniffed the air, assessed him and his dog with a mixture of curiosity and likely hunger. He knew that running may provoke the bear, and he couldn't leave his dog behind. So, knowing he had to appear as threatening as possible, he slowly raised his arms in the air, trying to make himself look as large as possible, all while never breaking eye contact with the predator. The bear actually rumbled in response, and for a terrifying moment, my father felt that he and his dog might be the next meal for this bear. But then, as quickly as it appeared, the bear turned and vanished back into the darkness of the forest. Scary, for sure, but it doesn't compare to the uneasiness I've gotten from some of his other stories. My favorite, by all means, is my father's retelling of the time he encountered the legendary Flatwoods monster. According to my father, when he was just 8 years old, he and 2 of his friends were part of a group of kids who'd witnessed the bizarre and unexplained series of events back in 1952. My father says it wasn't even fully dark on that Friday night when they'd first spotted it in the sky. The UFO, that is. They'd been playing a makeshift game of baseball in one of the larger fields in the area. They were being supervised by a couple of parents, none of which belonged to my father or his friends. Some of the boys had about decided it was time to run home, when my father's friend Denny grabbed him by the shoulder and told him to look up. The group, which consisted of children and adults, all claimed to have seen a bright object streaking across the sky. Then it appeared to land, not crash, on a nearby hill. There was nothing in place to stop anyone from investigating, so that's what this ragtag group did. As they made their way through the dark opening of the forest, a strange sense of unease settled over them. My father said that it was as if the very air itself was filled with a thick, palpable dread. Even the adults hesitated as they continued into the forest. The children followed closely behind. Suddenly, a piercing, otherworldly screech shattered the silence of the forest, freezing the group in their tracks. They were now at the crash site, and this is where the group encountered an unidentified creature, the one surely responsible for the screeching sound. In the flickering light of just one flashlight, they caught a glimpse of something unimaginable. It was a creature with an almost glowing red bulbous head and a spade-shaped, metallic, greenish-gray body. My father recalled claw-like hands matching the intensity of the creature's head. A massive creature at that, exceeding the flashlight's glow by quite a bit. It had an overall dark and menacing appearance, seeming to tower over them from a distance. But there was also a distinct sulfuric smell that filled the air around them. As they stood in mostly silence, a woman then cried out in shock, causing the children to recoil behind the adults. Then, the creature let out another ear-splitting screech before darting off into the inky blackness that was the forest, leaving the group encapsulated with fear. Eventually, the adults ushered the kids out of the forest and back to their original area. As they made distance between themselves and the forest, the sulfuric smell remained pungent on the group, a smell that would take a hefty wash to remove. For years, my father swore with every fiber of his being that what they had witnessed that night was not of this world, but something far more unfathomable. He swore that it was true. In the years that followed, my father's account, along with several others' account of the encounter, it became stuff of a local legend. Now, far more than ever, it's advertised as a city known for the green monster. However, the story doesn't go without criticism. A lot of people say it's anything but a monster that inhabits the forest. You'll hear anything from the forest being haunted by ghosts to the whole event being nothing more than a meteor and a barn owl. But as I've grown older, I've heard it repeated by others, some who claim they were there, some who are like me, sharing stories from relatives who claim to have experienced something otherworldly. I guess more than anything, I'm inclined to believe it's true because my father wasn't one who needed to tell tall tales. His stories were all pretty interesting on their own, and this story, well, he was afraid of that thing. Curious about it from the moment he saw it till the moment he died. Curious, but cautious. Hope you enjoyed this story as much as I have over the years. Thanks for reading. Let me start with, I always try to keep my mind open, and I always try my hardest to put positive energy out there. But recently, I lost my temper. It was justified, but still not my proudest moment. During my grown woman temper tantrum, I loudly voiced my pure rage at a situation that was, in my opinion, unfair. I saw someone who was less qualified for a position I was going for get the position. This is because, as my boss said, they need a positive impact in their lives right now, and that's why they have this position now. Okay, that's pretty shitty to me, especially when I needed that positive impact as well. I just never spoke up. I also need to mention that my boss is my mother-in-law. She holds me to a much higher standard. I understand it in part, nepotism and all, but it left me completely enraged, like nothing had in a while. As I was voicing this outrage, I turned away from my husband and toward the wall, one with a solar catcher that hasn't been working for a year, but my child gifted it to me so it still hangs. I raised my hands and voice as I screamed, "That's a bunch of bullshit." And so my husband wouldn't feel like I was mad at him, I threw my hands at the object, and all of the red suns suddenly lit up. My husband's mouth dropped open. I screamed, "What?" and threw my hands again, like I was throwing an invisible ball. The entire thing lit up red on every single sun in this once defunct solar catcher. Again, my husband was shocked. He attempted to calm me down. As my anger subsided, I said to him, "See, we carry energy in our bodies." Admittedly, I was being a little smug, but later on it came to me that I may have more luck if I could focus more positive energy and possibly project that outward in the same way. Now, the weird parts come in. I received a message from someone who I didn't know very well at all. She asked me a question that made my mind think, what type of scam is this? She directly asked me when the last time was that I focused on my energy. She then gave me a speech that she'd been feeling my raw energy in a state almost half a continent apart. She said that she thought that I needed to try to harness some of this energy, and she wanted to help. I kindly told her thanks, but no thanks, and I left the conversation. Skip ahead a few hours. I made a coffee run for the morning since my favorite energy drink wasn't what I was craving. As I'm in the checkout process, a lady is staring at me. I have no idea who this person is, but I just assume that I look like someone she knows. I watch out of my peripheral vision out of habit as I'm getting into my car, and she's heading to her car also. Her eyes are fixed on me, so I think, okay, weird, but whatever. I see that now I need to get gas, and I head to the nearest gas station about a half a mile away. As I'm fueling my vehicle, I hear from behind me a very meek, "Excuse me, ma'am?" I turn around and it's the lady. My hair starts to stand up on my neck as I scan the parking lot for a big white van or someone to be lurking just out of sight. I listen to a lot of scary stories, by the way, so I've learned a lot from them. But I don't see or even feel any malicious energy at all. I just kind of stand there, puzzled, and I ask the woman, "Yes, can I help you?" She then backs up a few steps and takes a deep breath and says, "I don't know how to say this and sound like a sane person, but, well, I saw your dream last night. I was one of the bystanders in your dream. You probably won't recognize me, but it's truly tripping me out right now, and I have to know that I'm not crazy." She says with a slight laugh, indicating that she's doubting herself a little at this moment. I take a deep breath, and I'm recalling my last dream memory. I think this is so weird, but I felt truly interested, as well as a little out of place for some reason. I think for a moment, this was last night's dream, and I haven't discussed it with anyone at all yet. So I say, "Okay, you think you were there. Tell me about it." Trying to keep my mind open, yet not denying that bit of skepticism. This is where it truly took my breath for a moment. She says, "You put a crown that was your father's in your dream on your daughter's head, and you told her that she held a new responsibility and purpose in life now." Then she looked down, a bit sheepishly, then returned her gaze to see my reaction. Now, it was my turn to stand there with my mouth wide open, hands sweating. It was exactly what I'd dreamt about. To the moment that I awoke, I managed a, "Oh shit," as I covered my own gaping mouth. She smiled and sighed a breath of relief. "Thank goodness I'm not crazy, but this is too weird. In a cool way, though." I'm still standing there, practically vibrating, and the alarm on the car beside me starts to sound off. The owner comes running out and is trying to get it to turn off. This is when the lady that followed me says, "It's okay. Breathe. I'm not here to do anything other than confirm that somehow I shared a dream with a complete stranger. It's okay. I promise. Just breathe." I hadn't noticed that I've been holding my breath, and upon exhaling it, the alarm on the car became silent immediately. This could be a complete coincidence, the car's alarm, but I'm starting to feel my energy calm and return to my physical body. The woman then said that it was a true pleasure to meet me in person, and handed me a quartz crystal from the many on her bracelet. She puts it in my hand and closes her hand around mine. She then says that she has one last thing to say, and I'm all ears. "I feel it's important to tell you that you possess an enormous amount of energy. This can be very good, but it can also have negative effects if you're not willing to be open-minded and ignore the vast amount of energy that you carry. You may want to meditate or organize your channeled energy, harness that and do good with it, not just for others, but for your own self. Take this and use it for a conduit and keep some of your energy with you always. I hope that helps you out, and I hope that you're not offended, but most importantly, I hope that you can realize your potential. I admire your kind. You have actual real-life energy, and it's radiant to many people, even if they don't have an open mind and know what they're drawn to. Take care, Princess, and teach your daughter how to harness her unique gift that you've passed on to her. This dream is more than just a dream." I'm sitting here in my car on the side of the road now, just to manically type this out to share with you, and my hands are absolutely shaking. What are the chances of getting confronted with claims of others feeling your energy, and by more than one individual, within the hour of you waking up? First by message from an acquaintance hundreds of miles away, and then by a complete stranger in the same town that you live in. Could I really possess this gift? Do I truly hold energy that I can do good things with to the magnitude that I'm being told? And how? How the hell did this woman see my dream? And just so you know, as a precaution, I scanned the crystal with my phone for any tracking devices that could have possibly been in this gift. I have an open mind, but I also have a cautious side. I found that the crystal is just that, a crystal. No nefarious tracking chips, etc. And if I truly gifted my daughter the same power, how do I approach this subject with her? She's 17, and she does possess her own radiant energy that I feel every single day, seeing a purple and gold aura encompassing her when I close my eyes and think of her. My apologies for this being all over the place at this moment. I'm truly just in a state of shock or awe, and I immediately knew that I wanted to share my moment with others who possess an open mind. If there's any advice or guidance that anyone could possibly give me, please feel free to comment. I appreciate your listening to this crazy story that just happened and letting me feel safe in sharing it with others. This all just happened this morning, and I'm baffled. And if I do possess that type of power, I can assure you that I will use it for good. And I pray in a way that the positive energy I'm putting out into the world finds you when you need it most. For now, I'm trying to make sense of this newfound ability that I seem to have. It could all be one huge coincidence, but it seems really real to me. Several years ago, my husband and I purchased our first home in Hoquiam, Washington. We grew up in Grace Harbor and never wanted to leave the coast. It's near the only McDonald's in town. If you know Hoquiam, you know the general 3-block radius I'm talking about. Though we don't live there anymore, I don't want to get too specific and have some crazy Christian burn down this house, thinking the devil's in it. And when I say crazy, I mean meth head. And when I say Christian, I mean meth head. When we purchased this house, the lumber yards were still rolling relatively strong in Aberdeen, which was good for Hoquiam. It was a bustling city with so much potential. That would end a few years after the purchase of our home. While we lived there, Devin was a police officer in Ocean Shores, and I worked at the bank in Aberdeen. The house next to ours had a for sale sign outside of it the first half of the year that we lived there. Then another sign was put up saying, "New reduced price." It would be the next summer when it finally sold to a family with another little girl around Tilly's age. The girls instantly became best friends, and their front yard friendship was the icebreaker for the adults to meet and mingle. Devin and I invited them over for 4th of July for a barbecue. We all hit it off, and the drinks and unfiltered conversations began to flow that night. While the husbands are in the street lighting off fireworks with the kids and other neighbors partying on the block, I'm standing with the wife, Gretchen. She's a short native girl from Tahola and has a mouth of a sailor when she drinks. She leans in real close and says, "Can I ask you something without you thinking I'm batshit crazy?" I'm thinking, dang, is she gonna say something really batshit crazy right now? Because I'd really like my daughter to be able to continue playing with her new best friend. So I ask straight up, "How crazy are you talking?" Praying that she doesn't ask to get high in my bathroom, but she hits me with a curveball and says that she thinks their house is haunted. I'm like, oh, word? She asks me if I know anything about the history of the house, but I tell her we just moved into ours a couple years ago, and that their house had been up for sale until they moved in. Gretchen asked if we've experienced anything otherworldly happening at our place, then asks if I've ever felt like I'd fallen out of reality, like a sudden rush of irrational, heart-racing fear when nothing is around. The topic continues as the men come back, and while the girls play in Tilly's room, me and Dev sit with our jaws hanging open as Gretchen and Stevie trade stories about the real haunted house batshittery going on next door. From disembodied footsteps and whispers to Stevie pulling out his big beer belly and showing us 3 long purple scratches wrapping across his ribs. Faucets turning on and off randomly through the night, cupboards slamming. Super scary shit. The scariest being when Gretchen told us that their daughter almost drowned in the bathtub a few days prior. Gretchen was shampooing her daughter's hair when she felt her daughter's head get pulled from her hands. She sank underwater, and at first, Gretchen thought that she was playing a joke, so she waited just a second for her to pop back up. But as Gretchen watched the shampoo bubbles begin to pop and melt in the water, she saw her daughter at the bottom of the tub, with her eyes and mouth wide open. A look of horror was frozen on her face. But there were no bubbles coming from her nose or mouth. Seeing this, Gretchen quickly pulls her body from the water. She was breathing, but her body and expression went limp and lifeless when she left the water. Gretchen and Stevie threw her into the truck and ripped out to the hospital up the hill. Doctors there couldn't find anything wrong with her. As the conversation continued, we drunkenly joked that they were always welcome to stay at our place any time the paranormal stuff became too much. Then, almost immediately after our small laughter subsided, like we manifested that to be the plan for the night, Dev points out the window and goes, "No fucking way." I go look out the blinds over to Gretchen and Stevie's house. From the side window, we can see their kitchen window and a bedroom window on the floor above. In that window, we watch as the light in the room turns on and off over and over. Gretchen and Stevie don't even leave the table to look. To this day, I don't know why they would all go home that night, even after Dev had offered them the guest bedroom. I guess it was that liquid courage on Stevie's prideful lips. It evoked his alpha male alter ego. I also think that he was trying to show off to my cop husband, but he stood up and was like, "Fuck that. I'm not getting kicked out of my house." His drunk ass storms up the stairs and kicks open the door of our daughter's bedroom, scaring the shit out of the sleeping girls. He grabs his daughter and the family leave that night, determined to handle their poltergeist problem. Devin and I are just kind of stunned, a little drunk, but mainly a bit concerned for our neighbors. Like a bunch of creeps, we post up by the side window and see if we can catch any of the action. For the most part, the house seems asleep, but every few minutes, just as I would get bored, the lights would start flickering in various rooms of the house. I realized this was something that probably had been happening all the time, but just come to our attention that night. Gretchen and I follow up the next day. She says that she and Stevie are having a disagreement about how to handle the problem. Stevie wanted to bring in a priest, whereas Gretchen wanted to bring in an authentic shaman or move altogether. I was in no more of a position then than I am now to be suggesting things, but I told her that in the interim, she and her family were welcome to stay with us. They were gone before the end of the summer. Though we didn't experience the happenings ourselves, the area just felt a bit more dim without the family next door. And this home sat vacant once more, only now we had this weird knowledge of strange happenings going on inside. That house stayed empty until we moved almost 2 years later, and it always made me uncomfortable. Comparatively, our house was only on the market for a few months before it sold. We opted not to disclose to the buyers that they had a haunted house next door, but I'm sure they figured it out eventually. Oddly enough, it wasn't even the ghost house that made us eventually sell, and I'm still proud to be from the harbor. Go Grizzlies. That being said, we moved to Texas after one of those crazy meth heads tried to lure our daughter out of our front yard. The homeless addict population growth was becoming an epidemic, and we couldn't raise our Tilly in that mess. So we moved. Well, that's all I've got as far as ghost stories, so thanks for reading. I grew up on the beautiful island of Guam. My father was in the military, so we had a nice house on a base. Unfortunately, I was terrified of sleeping in my room, so I slept on my parents' bedroom floor. One evening, I shifted my pillows around while having trouble falling asleep. During the process, I noticed a pale and purple finger that looked like it belonged to a corpse. I stared in horror, unsure what to do, and watched as it slowly retreated under the bed. I covered the spot with a pillow and tried my hardest to sleep, but I just couldn't. One day, I looked under my parents' bed to see bright yellow glowing eyes that definitely didn't belong to one of our cats. It was staring me down, and I felt uneasy, like I wasn't safe, and I wasn't meant to see it. In that house, I regularly heard glass shattering in the kitchen, only to discover nothing was broken. There were also heavy footsteps that ran up and down the hallway. From the corner of her eye, my sister often saw someone hanging in my parents' bedroom, only to have it disappear when she looked. I saw shadow people running around in darker areas of the house. My father would tell the spirits to leave in peace, and things would be quiet for a week or two, before getting weird again. This happened when I started living alone, not long after I had just moved in. I think it must have been the first week. I found out that my new apartment was in the path of an oncoming typhoon. That night, I'd gotten off to sleep all right, but I woke up in the middle of the night to hear the sound of the wind and rain lashing my windows. It was so loud, I just couldn't get back to sleep. I was lying there in bed, thinking about nothing in particular, when I heard something. It was coming from the front door. It was the doorbell. Who the hell would be ringing the doorbell of my new apartment? I asked myself. I crept downstairs and took a look through the peephole. There was a person out there. I was freaked out, but I asked, "Who is it?" Even I heard the fear in my voice.
"Hey, it's me, man."
It was my friend, literally my best friend. He was one of the only ones who knew my address. "Why didn't you just tell me you were coming, man? It's the middle of the night," I said through the door. I tried to get a look at him, but it was dark and he had his hat pulled down. That didn't matter since we were friends. I mean, it was a little weird, but I've known him for years. "Hey, you did really well to get here in this storm, dude," I called out and started to unlock the door. That was the moment that something dawned on me. Best friend or not, why was he out here? Barely talking, not responding. And how did he make it here? I could still hear the ferocity of the typhoon against the door. Another odd thing, he didn't have a driver's license. Even if he somehow caught a bus, he would have had to walk for a long while. I didn't know the area all that well, but it seemed a bit too late for buses. Besides, who turns up in the middle of the night during a storm, unannounced? These were all red flags, and I didn't like it. What the hell was this? I brought my eye closer to the peephole. "Hey, bud, how'd you get here?" I asked cautiously. We fell into an awkward silence while the typhoon raged on. I brought my eye closer to the peephole. I wanted to get a closer look at him. His skin was disturbingly pale. It reminded me of a waxwork skin. His eyes flitted back and forth, as if they were remote-controlled. That wasn't my friend. I wasn't even sure if that was a human. It was pretending, whatever it was. I didn't let on that I was scared, but I was petrified. I watched that thing out there, which looked like my best friend, standing there, smiling insanely, occasionally twitching at the corners of its lips. I had to get away from the door once I saw that. I went into another room and tried my best to compose myself. I tried to think about what to do next. All the while, that friend thing repeated the same line it delivered earlier, as if it was all he knew, like an actor practicing lines.
"Hey, it's me, man. Hey, it's me, man."
I called my friend, the one it was impersonating. He said that he wasn't at my house. I knew it wasn't him, but I had to be 100% sure. That thing was rather convincing. I went upstairs and back to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I didn't know how long that thing stayed outside my door, but I heard it occasionally repeating its line.
"Hey, it's me, man."
After a sleepless night, the sun rose and the typhoon subsided. It took a long while for me to get the confidence to approach the peephole, but when I did, I found that it was gone. I'm a 30-year-old male who needs help breaking up with my girlfriend. I know that sounds awful, but hold your judgments until you hear my story. I honestly can't tell if there's something really wrong here, or if I'm blowing things out of proportion. Seriously, I need you guys to tell me which it is. Ashley is 28 and teaches first grade. Our first few dates were amazing, and we have a ton in common. I actually thought that I might marry this girl. God, that sounds scary to say now. We never actually planned or agreed to move in together, but she had an awful roommate. She stayed at my place more and more until one day, I found her credit card bill in my mail. I don't know when she changed her address. Ashley gets home earlier, so she's usually the one who checks it. I tried making a joke of it, like, does this mean we officially live together? But then she pointed out that it had been over 6 weeks since she slept at her apartment, and how I had specifically helped her pack a few bags myself because I was, quote-unquote, tired of dealing with her roommate every time she needed something. I mean, we had a real conversation about it, and she had genuinely valid points. All of those things were true. What did I expect? I should clarify, it was 6 weeks since she had slept in her own bed, but we had been seeing each other for almost 3 months total. I know that's not that much better, but it's something. Time really has a way of moving when things are good, and oh, I promise, they were great. I already thought I was in love with her. By the end of the moving in conversation, I was nervous for all the same reasons you're probably thinking now, but at the same time, I felt really good about our chances. I've had other girlfriends, but none of them made me feel like this. Over the next few weeks, I began noticing more changes around the house, but that's normal, right? If she's going to live there too, I want her to feel like the space is equally hers. I guess I just imagined it would be something that we did together, but I never lived with a woman before. It's not like the changes were even bad, and when I told my friends, they acted like it was the most normal thing in the world. Maybe that part is, but I want to include everything so you guys have the full picture. I think our 6-month anniversary is the first time I experienced a for sure red flag versus the previous issues where I felt things could be largely my fault. I didn't know that half-year anniversaries were even a thing, but I came home to find a romantic candlelit dinner. She'd made my favorite meal, and I thought it was just a sweet surprise until we finished eating. Then she pulled a gift bag out of the closet, and I asked, "What's the occasion?" I was so focused on opening the gift that I didn't immediately see the change in her face. It was an extremely thoughtful present. I still can't believe she remembered a set of tools that I talked about once. But when I leaned over to kiss her, she pulled away and said, "You don't know the occasion?" in a tone that clearly indicated I should. That was our first big fight. Not only had I forgotten our half-anniversary, I, quote-unquote, didn't even care. I was only trying to convey that I didn't understand, not that I didn't care. It felt like she wasn't even hearing my actual words. But I should clarify, I'm not sure if fight is the right word. It was definitely a big something, only I wouldn't describe her as angry so much as heartbroken. And that's how every argument is, whether I leave the toilet seat up or take too long returning a call. I know heartbroken sounds like a strong word, but I don't know what else to call it. She cries like someone has died. There are times that I think she's going to throw up and pass out. It takes hours to calm her down, and only after a super intense conversation, one of those bare your soul talks, do the arguments finally end. Then her face will be swollen the rest of the night. I'm always terrified that someone's going to think I hit her. After the anniversary fight, I walked on eggshells for the next few days, and everything went back to normal. If anything, we were closer than ever. I don't want to spill her life story on the internet, but she's had a traumatic childhood that left her with severe abandonment issues. We all carry our burdens, and it seemed like the simplest thing in the world to be a little more mindful of special occasions, especially since she's so good to me. Even though she also works full-time, she still does all the cooking, 90% of the cleaning. I can't remember the last time I had to do my own laundry, and she sews. But then there's things like when my friends wanted me to come on a weekend camping trip. Trevor was getting married, and he wanted a weekend of nostalgia instead of a bachelor party. I wasn't about to deny him that. I didn't even consider the possibility that my going would upset Ashley. We were in bed when I read Trevor's message, so I began telling her all about him and the camping trips that we'd take as kids. She seemed genuinely interested until I got to the part about going away for the weekend. Then, just like the anniversary, a switch flipped, and she went from laying on my chest to nearly falling off the bed. She wouldn't even look at me. We fought about it for most of the night. At first, she didn't want me to go at all. Then she wanted to come with me. And I actually had to explain why I would be the biggest asshole in the world if I brought her. She felt that I was choosing my best friend over her, and we had to agree to disagree on that front. If it had been a regular camping trip, I would have declined the invitation and stayed home, but it was literally the one thing my best friend wanted for his wedding. Ashley threatened to leave me, and I had to promise that I would never go camping again to ensure that she would still be there when I came home. That was probably a mistake, but I felt so bad seeing her cry like that. Her eyes do this weird vibrating thing, and it always freaks me out. When I see that, I know any chance of logical conversation is gone out the window. Those fights always end with me caving to whatever she wants, and then she apologizes with a story from her childhood that seems to make it all sound completely reasonable. Feels like I'm losing my mind. Things were a little rocky after the camping trip, and her mood will change even now if someone brings it up, but still, there's just so many positives, right? The next major fight happened after a storm damaged my parents' front porch. Dad wanted me to help replace the roof, and his insurance company was even paying us for the work. Yet, Ashley was furious because she wanted me to binge watch a new show with her. This was the first time I didn't feel guilty when she cried. I was too angry. When she saw that I wouldn't back down, she decided to come with me instead. I didn't see any reason not to let her. I thought it would be nice for my parents to get to know her better. She sees my dad semi-regularly because of work, but they don't exactly have meaningful conversations there. She's only met my mom twice, and those were very brief intervals. I expected Ashley to stay inside while Dad and I worked, but she tried to stay with us instead. Dad was getting annoyed even faster than me, so I texted Mom an SOS. A few minutes later, she was asking Ashley for help with lunch. Everything seemed fine when we ate, and Mom was able to keep Ashley inside while we finished the roof. We stayed for maybe 20 minutes after the cleanup, and everyone still seemed like they were getting along. If it hadn't been for the conversation that came afterward, I would have never suspected anything was off. As soon as we left, Ashley began to jokingly discuss how I had one of those mothers who was jealous of their son's girlfriend. This really took me by surprise because that just couldn't be further from the truth. My mom couldn't care less about my dating life. I'm sure if I got married, she would take greater interest, but I hadn't told her much about my relationship with Ashley. I wasn't even upset, just confused at how she came to that conclusion. Hell, if I tried to talk to my mom every day, she'd be rejecting my calls inside the first week. Ashley used progressively ridiculous arguments, starting with how Mom came outside to quote-unquote drag her away from me, until I finally became annoyed, and I told her the real reason. That was a mistake. We had our biggest fight yet, but once it was finally over, I thought that that was the end of it. Then Mom called that Monday to say that Ashley seemed a bit unstable. She had told a few embarrassing stories from my childhood, thinking that it would be an easy icebreaker. But Ashley responded to each one with her own story about me, like it was some kind of competition. The whole thing gives me a headache. For my mom to actually say something about my girlfriend, I knew it probably, definitely, wasn't just me at this point, but I still didn't know what to do about it. That same evening, I came home to a steak dinner, and without even telling her I spoke to my mom. She apologized for the night before and blamed it on that time of the month. At heart, I'm a coward, so I let life resume as normal until I found a jar of toenail clippings hidden beneath the bed. This is what finally prompted my post. They were definitely mine. I mean, either way, gross, but okay, look, I'm a disgusting guy who leaves my toenail clippings lying around, and I just assume that she's vacuuming them up when cleaning. Fuck me, I get it. But she had to have been collecting them the whole time that we've been together. It was a lot. I bypassed the snooping fight entirely by telling her that one of my golf balls rolled under the bed, and her face was pale before I even finished my sentence. I tried to ask, "Why are my toenails in a jar?" with as little judgment as possible, but I challenge you to say that with a straight face. For a few seconds, we stared at each other in silence. I thought she was going to have a panic attack. Then her face instantly calmed, and she explained that they were for some kind of prank. That I wasn't supposed to find them yet. I'm not sure what I could have said to that. Apparently, the whole idea was to film your partner's reaction to learning they had a jar of your toenails. I guess I just don't get it. To me, it seemed like she came up with that on the spot. But how was I supposed to press the issue without sounding like a lunatic myself? Instead, I pretended to be relieved and walked back into the bedroom, where I promptly flushed the clippings down the toilet. I don't believe in any kind of hocus-pocus stuff, but I don't know. That's just creepy. I'm lucky I did it so fast, too. Not 5 seconds after they were gone, she came into the bedroom, asking what I had done with them. When I told her, a look of complete fury flashed over her face. Then it was gone. She tried to act like it wasn't a big deal, and I pretended to believe her, but it was clearly a very huge deal. So, what do you guys think? Is this sad and desperate, or scary and dangerous? Because I'll tell you, I'm feeling a healthy dose of both right now. Update. Wow, I really didn't expect so many responses. Thank you all so much for taking the time to read my story. I know that it was a long one. I still haven't made it through all of the comments, but I've read enough to know that you're right. Regardless of her intentions, the relationship isn't working out. We could both be happier with other people, so I'm going to end it this weekend. I'll update you all once it's done. Thanks again. Update. Hi everyone, me again. I'm sorry that it's taken over a month for me to post this and that I haven't responded to any of your messages. For all the support many of you have shown, some comments were a bit harder to swallow than others. I'm still in a fragile state, so I can't honestly say how long this post will stay up either, but I'd like to get this out while I can and update those of you who have been so helpful. The original post was uploaded before work on a Friday morning, and by that night, so many of you had opened my eyes that I knew I had to end the relationship. The breakup itself was awful. We both cried through the night, just talking everything through, except the toenails. Neither one of us was anxious to revisit that topic. She begged me for a second chance, said all the things you guys guessed that she would say. Things like how she couldn't survive without me, and I was the only good thing in her life. When she finally accepted none of those were going to work, she changed tactics. Then it became all about how I couldn't survive without her, and how no one would ever love me, not like her. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I've seen people behave this way in movies, but never in real life. Since she, quote-unquote, didn't have anywhere to go, I offered to stay with my parents for a couple of weeks while she made other arrangements. I didn't want anything to be harder than it had to be. I was angry and hurt about everything in general, but not spiteful. Part of me still loved her, and I truly wanted her to be okay. Well, the very first night I was away, Ashley's mom called, and it's relevant to know that her parents live about 12 hours away in another state. Before I could finish saying hello, she began screaming. She thought I physically forced her daughter out of my house, and she was calling to inform me that was illegal. When she finally let me speak, I told her everything. I never wanted to embarrass Ashley. I didn't even tell my friends about the toenails. I just wanted us to move on with our lives, but if she was going to tell stories like that, I was damn sure setting the record straight. I started by switching the call to FaceTime so she could see my parents sitting in the background, fully ready to corroborate my story. And her face turned to one of actual fear. I actually heard her mutter, "Not again," after a defeated sigh. She was quick to apologize and explained that Ashley had called insisting that they both needed to come down now because she couldn't even get her car keys out of my house. I was so angry that I told her mom why we really broke up. All of it, right down to the toenails. The silence was palpable. I had to make sure that the call hadn't dropped. Then I heard her tell her husband she was saving toenails again. And she sounded frightened. I had to know what she'd been planning to use them for. Had to. Apparently, Ashley had been known to dabble in the occult. She'd tried various potions, spells, curses, you name it. Her parents weren't sure what she planned to do with them, but the last time they caught her saving toenails was her senior year of high school. Her mother discovered the hoard at the bottom of her sock drawer, and Ashley tried to play it off as a joke. But when they were thrown out, she lost her mind. Her mom said it sounded like she believed those clippings were the only thing holding her relationship together, but none of it was making much sense. To make matters worse, her high school sweetheart dumped her the next day, and she never stopped blaming her mother. She couldn't be convinced that the two events were unrelated. Altogether, I talked to her mom for over an hour while deciding the best way to proceed. We wanted to do things as gently as possible, so we agreed to pretend our conversation hadn't happened. Calling Ashley out on her lies would only make things worse, and none of us really knew what she might do while alone. I also began to worry about the fact that she was in my house. What if she started destroying everything? For that reason, I agreed to return home and sleep on the couch. Her parents were going to rent a U-Haul in the morning and drive down with her brother and his two friends. Then, she'd be able to stay with her family while she got the help she needed. We all felt really good about the plan. At least I thought we did. It turns out her brother is only 17, pretty inattentive, and extremely gullible. He would later swear that he didn't understand it was a secret, but regardless of his motives or intentions, he spilled the beans. Not only that, he spilled the beans without telling anyone. When I got home, Ashley welcomed me with open arms. I said I wasn't ready to sleep in the same bed, but that I had time to calm down and I wanted to continue our conversation in the morning. She quickly agreed and offered me some leftover pasta she had made. I didn't want to risk upsetting her over something so small, and I actually was starving, so I ate it. Not long after, I suddenly felt very sleepy. And the last thing I remember before passing out is a look of triumph spreading across Ashley's face. I woke up in the hospital. My throat and my chest were on fire, and every breath made it worse. I then learned that after passing out, Ashley managed to drag me into bed before removing all of the smoke alarms and throwing a lit match onto the couch. She then took a handful of the same drugs that were in my food and crawled into bed where we were supposed to die together. The only reason we survived was because my neighbor and I happened to be very close. He and his partner drug Ashley and I out of the house while their 15-year-old called the fire department. My house was completely ruined. I'm still dealing with the insurance company and Ashley's parents. They had to move her to a mental institution. Right now, it's still being determined if she's legally competent to handle a trial or something like that. Honestly, I've been letting my parents do all of the talking when it comes to that stuff. They give me the updates later and ask if I want to contest or push for certain things, but right now, I still don't know what I want, except to heal. I want to sleep without having nightmares. I want to eat without wondering if something's been put in my food. But as far as Ashley goes, God, I just don't know. Maybe that's why I finally came back here, because I'm stuck again. I really don't know. I only know that I've been writing for over an hour, and I'm tired. I guess I'm just gonna hit the post button and see what happens. Thanks for sticking around.